I'm a junior. Junior. Exactly how that routed through. Not certain. Okay. Okay, I went, so even I didn't like it, because it was Penn Junior for me, for some reason, a lot of people call me, Penn Junior, and I never loved it. So. No, that's, no, to each their own, of course. Yeah. That's very true.
Oh, no, that's cool. I don't need that. I brought this stuff to share.
Yes. Depends on how it goes.
He's not a sharer. Hi, how are you? How are you? Good. How are you? You guys made us now. Good, thank you.
So we got two, get that up there. Two sets. There's two sets.
How you doing? Haven't seen you since Dazo. No, right, saw you last. Did you go in there? I haven't been in yet. I make the video and I'm all bye.
Well, I was shopping. I tried to get the free video.
Oh, yeah, no. What was in there? Like a little bit of feedback.
Reading an email where somebody called
No, I planned on going a bunch of times. And actually, I can talk about it. Yeah, we still haven't been. Okay. I thought it was gonna be like more crazy for a long time, so I was like, oh, I'll just wait. I tend to, that same thing. Yeah, no, when I'm just not a shopper.
Oh, I'm happy to.
So it'll be one of those moments where I'm like, somebody says, let's go to Dazo. Then I'll go.
Fun meeting last night. Where were you at? Planning commission, Tim is our planning commissioner today.
Joelle was going to modify my placard here.
What we should do is I can talk to Kristen. We named her the deputy city attorney, so even if she's in the planning commission, she's still deputy city attorney. We probably should take an amendment to be the deputy city attorney, and then you can be her number two when she takes off.
Am I already deputy city attorney? I got sworn in and
Technically you are.
been doing code enforcement.
Official title on that one for you.
Take it, every offering, I'll take it.
Excellent. Did Kristen brief you up? Okay. The question may or may not come up, but it does all, you can do it.
That's it, that's the only question that I think would be pertinent.
Aaron, I have to apologize, I didn't know, I recognize you. It's been what, a couple years since I've seen you.
About 2.5 or 2 years.
Well, you, don't worry, you're gonna be called back. I got a task on hand, so.
Well, I think the CAC term is up, but unless it.
Well, we'll talk offline.
All right.
So this is what we have printed, and it's up front.
Oh, that's perfect.
So we have it on, we go over there, we put it on the table, so everybody understands. We got these from, McWorth. Just put them back on the table.
Yeah, this is where I really want it.
How you doing?
You think you should?
No, Tim is sitting in work. So Tim is she's fine, no, yeah, she just had a conflict, because she does city attorney work, or deputy city attorney.
I have something.
I know she does some things for fun. And she just point out.
I only have. We need to have some system.
other work, we're not their own clients.
As much as we can keep all the trouble, I think we would be enough to go.
No, I mean, her hourly is 166, usually hours, it's close to 290, so. Way under way under. Like you're 100%. So Tim is, and that's the whole firm, so any attorney that actually from that firm will charge that per hour. That's how the contract works. The contract's with the firm, not with them. The new members.
Double work. I could even vibrate it or something, like it just kind of moved it. I feel like when I looked for this one, that tornado was recommended, so I was like, one of the people recommended. I agree with that. Right.
240 to Jesse 260. We're just. Oh, good. See, you learned.
I'll start that around and then
Awesome.
Well, I'm the first. I have to
I want to introduce myself. Deputy Attorney Tim Camp, Lithonia First Attorney. Sitting over next to Jeff.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna.
Yes.
I'm gonna watch Jessica.
Lunchtime,
Yes,
planning
I remember.
I was gonna
And then
introduce
just
you
have
to
to see her.
Lori.
I
Well,
I
was
don't know, but let's talk on this diet.
First one. They said two. So, I think everybody's last name.
If I can get away without seeing any snack, is my goal. You know, it's just.
3 years ago, I didn't even have clients and community advisory. Because I've been on that.
So I'm
There was only three applicants, 4 applicants.
That makes it easy, and I'll look at both of them.
You'll be here for the time. Yeah. Sure.
How you doing?
I do very good.
I just texted you, Sarah.
Yep.
Isn't it you? I'm very close to you.
Yeah.
Number 7.
Oh, you know what? I sent it to, I sent it to all of you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah. Weird.
We're quick.
Hi, welcome to the City of Lemon Grove Special City Council meeting. I'd like to remind everyone to please silence your cell phones. City Clerk, will you please call the roll of the City Council members to go on record as in attendance?
Councilmember Fayay? Here. Councilmember Altamirano?
Here.
Councilmember Heredia?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Here.
Mayor Snow?
Here.
Mayor Snow, we have a quorum of the City Council.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Altamirano, would you be interested in giving us our Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Snow and council members, an application from Yasmin Mendoza was submitted before the deadline, but was sent to the wrong email address. Copies have been distributed and are also available at the public review table. Additionally, staff received an email from Larry Crano stating that he is unable to attend tonight's scheduled interview and requests that his application be considered alongside all others in tonight's agenda meeting packet. Accordingly, Larry has been removed from his scheduled interview time slot, and Yasmin Mendoza has been scheduled for an interview at 8:30 p.m. Additionally, staff has received communication from Kathy Lang and Helen Brody that they have withdrawn their application, and they too have been removed from tonight's interview time slots. And those are all the changes that I have for tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much. Now we will move to item 2 on the agenda, which is the Measure T Oversight Committee members' interviews and appointments. I'm going to introduce Lydia Romero, the city manager, and Stacy Tang, our finance director, to present the staff report. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you very much for coming to a special meeting to do the interviews for the Measure T Committee. Before I'm actually going to kick it off to Mr. Bates, and he's going to be the one just to remind the council why we're here tonight, what the Measure T Committee is about, and I'll give a quick summary about that. But I want to introduce to my left our Deputy City Attorney, or the planning attorney that sits on the Planning Commission, Mr. Tim Campion. He's going to be sitting here in our city attorney's stage. She had a conflict with another meeting for another client, so we're glad to have Tim here, and he's all briefed up so he can handle any questions that the city council has tonight. So with that, Mr. Bates, will you please give a quick summary of the Measure T Committee to the city council?
Good evening. Good evening, City Manager Romero, Honorable Mayor Snow, and City Council. Per Section 3.18.160D of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code, prior to the operative date of July 1st, 2025, the city is to create and convene a Citizens Oversight Committee with either 5 or 7 members. Per Section 3.18.160E, the function of the COC is to review and report on city compliance with the terms of the ordinance and each annual Measure T spending plan presented and approved by the City Council. The committee is to be created by a City Council resolution no longer than 150 days following the date of the election, which is April 4th, 2025, and the intent of the committee is to provide input and recommendations on the spending of the Measure T tax revenue to assist the City Council in making informed decisions and to ensure the city's accounting and reporting of the Measure T revenue and expenditures are in accordance with the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. And just to remind the council, we're going to have a very similar process in what we did for the choosing of the new city council member. You will do the interviews with all of the applicants. I believe you have 18. And of those applicants, there is a culling sheet that I will pass out shortly to you all. So you can make notes and cull it down to the candidates that you want. And there will be public comment at the end of all of the interviews. All interviewees have been given a 10-minute slot to come in. They're in the green room, so when their interview time is ready, they will come up and speak. And then lastly, just to put this in the council members' atmosphere, there were quite a bit of applicants. I know I was very concerned at the last council meeting when we only had 2, and they're all very well qualified candidates. So if the council would like to, say, open the committee from 5 members to 7 members, you certainly can do that. We just need a motion at the time before the deliberations or during the deliberations to expand that, because that will correct the action you took when you established the Measure T committee, to expand it to 7. And staff is comfortable with 7 members. Anything larger than that will be too unwieldy, but we think 7 is the right number, especially to capture the talent that we have in this group tonight. And with that, Mayor Snow, interview shall commence.
All right, we have our first contestant. We will start with Aaron Pratt, please.
Test 1, 2. Great, thanks everyone. Thanks Mayor, thanks council members. Good evening, and thanks for having me here. So my name is Aaron Pratt, and I think I'm first on the agenda because of the first name. But I'm happy to be here tonight to be considered for the Measure T Oversight Committee. I'm a dedicated resident of Lemon Grove. I've been living in Lemon Grove since 1999, about 26 years or so. And I'm passionate about data and analytics, finance, transparency, strategy, various different things. I have my MBA in business analytics management and marketing from Indiana University. I'm also a local Aztec alumni as well, went to San Diego State University. You have the packet, you've seen my resume and my cover letter. But I've also had the privilege of serving as a commissioner and the vice chair on Lemon Grove's Community Advisory Commission. 3 years ago, I was in the same process where I came to the city council. I applied, for the CAC, and then served as commissioner and vice chair in that for 3 years, and learned a lot, about Lemon Grove city finances, budget, general fund, a lot of things, that the city of Lemon Grove wanted the Community Advisory Commission commissioners to do. So I have so I have the background, knowing the budget and everything like that. So I think that in that role, gave me, some background and information about Lemon Grove city budget that would help, being a member on the Measure T commission as well. Professionally, I have over a decade of experience as a business intelligence analyst, senior business intelligence analyst at one of our local healthcare organizations, the biggest one here in San Diego County, Sharp Healthcare, where I actually specialize in financial reporting, data analytics, business intelligence, and building reports, visualizations, dashboards, and various things like that. I think with that experience as well, would help with, aligns with some of the responsibilities that the Measure T committee is looking for, help with reporting, transparency in the reporting, and various different things that the Measure T committee is looking for. I know Lemon Grove has a lot of issues and challenges. After reading the full text of the Measure T issue, there was $171 million identified in repairs for roads and sidewalk and storm drains. And I think the estimated annual revenues of $5 to $6 million from Measure T could go towards a lot of critical structure improvements, emergency services, community programs. But I think, but we all know that the need of the oversight committee is necessary in order to oversee how all of that money is spent. So in conclusion, my introduction here, I think if I'm appointed, I'll bring a data-driven approach to looking at the budget again, as I did in the Community Advisory Commission, and then seeing how we can use that to apply to various different issues that we have here in the Grove that directly benefit our residents, our businesses, and whatnot. So I think with my experience, professionally, and then also as a community volunteer of the Community Advisory Commission, I think that would, lend, a good opportunity, for you to, like me, on the Measure T, Oversight Committee in Living Grove. Thanks for your time, and consideration, and now I think open for questions.
All right, it's fantastic to see you, Mr. Pratt. Glad you applied. You have significant experience, I'm excited to hear more from you. At this time, I'll turn the time over to Councilmember Altamirano to ask her question.
Thank you for coming tonight
Thank you.
and, for applying. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns in that demographic basis?
I think the top 3 are, public safety, is probably one of the bigger, issues and concerns, in growth. Public safety, so I think, using, the additional, Measure T funds for, additional, sheriff, I think would be a good, excuse me, a good use of, that. Number 2, infrastructure, so streets, sidewalks, storm drains, as well is, top, in the top 3, as well, so I think using the funds, for that. And then also, economic development and, business opportunities. So I do, shop locally, most of the time, Sprouts, or use public, public storage, or, extra storage space, and those different type of things. So like public, I think public storage has a lot of open businesses, and even the Kelvin has a lot of open business, spaces. So I think attracting, maybe small, SBA, small businesses to fill some of those spots. But I think, public safety, our infrastructure, streets and roads, sidewalks, and, economic development for businesses. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fayad.
Thank you, Aaron, for being here. Appreciate it.
Yes, thanks.
I think you have me at Sprouts. It's good.
I like the bulk, the bulk nuts.
Yeah.
Covered, chocolate covered almonds.
It's a good area to be. It's a dangerous area to be. Aaron, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic? Like, I know with your line of business that you do, you obviously have to work with a group of people and a team probably. How do you interact with people who don't like, you don't see eye to eye on a certain topic or an important matter? How do you interact with that person?
Yeah, so one of my, majors, at San Diego State University, one of my degrees was conflict resolution. So, we read lots of different books. I mean, it was 20 years ago, but I still, 24 years, 25 years ago, but I still use, some of the things that I, learned in that education. So, getting to yes, getting past no, some of the books that we read, and I've also read in grad school as well, but just trying to find common, common things where we do agree. If I do disagree with someone, find common attributes, common things where we do agree, and then, kind of list those things with, somebody that we might be working, difficult with, and then try to get, on the same page with, with that individual, to try to work that through, with that individual. So,
Thank you.
Councilmember Heredia, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for coming, and I'm excited that you applied. I worked with you on the CAC, and it was, you were easy to work with, and you definitely knew your money.
That wasn't our money, it's not my money,
Well,
it's our money.
you knew about
It's the
money,
city's money, yeah.
and I appreciated that. Anyways, as a community member and hopefully somebody that's appointed to this position, how would you ensure the city's fiscal accountability and transparency of Measure T and how we spend it?
So I think, still working closely with, the other Measure T, committee members, working closely with the city staff, understanding, everything that we're working with. I think ensuring, ensuring accountability and transparency, making sure we have all the, correct information. I think my data-driven approach and, ability to, write reports and, make, presentations. I think, using all of those skills to, have, even a public dashboard out for the community, I think is, something I would something that I would advocate for. And one of the tools that I use professionally is called Tableau. Tableau does have subscriptions and licenses and all that kind of stuff, but there's a free version of Tableau Public where you can, if we had all the data public and spreadsheets or whatnot, we can connect it to Tableau Public, and then actually, present that, on Lemon Grove City, website potentially, if it passes all the checks, and whatnot, but that would be, one of the ways I would ensure transparency and accountability for, spending, of additional capital. So I think there's 30 seconds left, but is there another question or motion?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Oh, okay, great.
So how do you perceive that the Measure T Oversight Committee, can help us, the city council, with our budget process?
Well, I think, if there's 5 to 7 individuals on the measure, on the oversight T, committee, I think with the council's day-to-day, work, all of the issues that you may be, dealing with, having a dedicated, committee and commission, to only look at the additional funds from the additional tax revenue and look at it, in terms of the current budget, we would be, the oversight committee would be dedicated to just looking at the additional funds, for the general budget, and then looking at the funds for the budget, and then, be able to take your valuable time away from, being able to do that, and then, we would, the oversight committee would come with recommendations. I'm sure you would all do your job, in terms of the budget, in terms of the additional funds, but then the 5 to 7 member committee would, be able to assist and help, and then come with recommendations, further recommendations on how to allocate, those funds as well.
All right, and if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, how would you commit to attend regular meetings and honor the committee process? And can you also indicate whether you're interested in the 2-year time slot or the 4-year time slot? There's one track where, because this is the initial stage and we want to have some people rotating on and some people rotating off, not all at the same time, some people can elect to do 2 years versus 4 years. So just indicate which of those 2.
Yes. So yes, I'm able to come to quarterly or 4 times a year, meetings, and then I'm open to either the 2 years on, 2 years off, or 4 years, so I'm open to any on as well.
Okay. Do you have a preference to whether you want to stay on for 4 years or if you just want to do the first 2 years?
No preference.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I'll turn it over to you for your closing statement.
All right, great. Thanks again for your time and consideration. I think, Lemon Grove is at a critical, turning point. I think the sales tax, measure came up once before. I think it was only 0.25%, 0.5%, now 1%. But I think it's a great opportunity for us to, make significant improvements, in the city's infrastructure, emergency services, businesses, and then fourth is public spaces, community center, as well. I hope to be, I hope for the opportunity to sit on the oversight committee, to help with, transparency, accountability, reporting, dashboards, analysis, all of that type of, thing. So, I'm confident I'm able to, have the time to be able to do it, 2 years, 4 years. My background in analytics, written and, reporting, communication, et cetera. So I look forward to the opportunity to serve, and thank you again, for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brass.
Thank you.
Excellent job. Next we have Chelsea Biasolo.
Hello, you guys hear me okay? So, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city personnel, and my name is Chelsea Biasolo, and I am here to speak with you guys, and I'm gonna apologize right now. I have a sinus infection, and I'm muddling through this, so please forgive me. I knew I couldn't even focus to read off my notes, so I'm just gonna go ahead and speak. I am also very honest, so you guys should just know that right up front. I have been a member, I have been a citizen here in Lemon Grove for the past 8 years, and I am involved in several different committees and groups and everything around Lemon Grove. So this one became a bit of a passion project also because I think it ties in with the work that I'm doing with Revitalize Broadway and how taxpayer money and everything is spent, but it runs parallel and not conflicting, as I've double checked with Lydia today just to make sure. I'm a native San Diegan, so just so you guys know, I've been born and raised here in San Diego County and lived around Wesley County. I think my work history shows how dedicated I am. I've worked for the same employer for over 2 decades. But I would say all my passion lies in the volunteer work that I've done without pay throughout my entire life, including when my son was younger. I was on what our school had was the parent forum, not a PTA, we called it parent forum, and I was involved with that all the way up to being president for several years before he had graduated. He was in a K-12 school, so I was fortunate to be there for the whole time. I have also volunteered and worked as a mentoring mother, and that was through Jewish Family Services, and I worked with pregnant teens who are wards of the court, and I helped them have all the way through childbirth, parenting classes. We went to childbirth classes and all the way up to delivering their babies and working with them until they were through with their program. And that was really interesting because a lot of them were involved in gangs and things like that, where they were also either, hey, you're in this program or you're in juvenile hall. So I did that for a long time. And then here in Lemon Grove, I think most of you guys know my work with Busy Bee Garden Co-op. So very passionate about helping to improve our city and make it one of the best places that it can be for all citizens. So I'm not going to use my last 12 seconds here. Please feel free to ask me any questions.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. We're excited to have you. We're going to start the questions off with Councilmember Altamirano.
Chelsea, thank you for coming. I always look forward to all your events, and every time you go to a new project, whether it's a school or a residence, it's good to see. So thank you for that. My question is, in your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces now?
I think one of the things that I find is very pressing may not be the same as others, but I do find it a communication from the city to the people of what the plans are for the city and how we move forward. And I do feel that if a lot of people had that communication a little bit better, that would ease a lot of tension that goes around our community. I think sometimes the community perceives the city as the bad guy when actually there's ways to work together. And then I think we have a priority of making sure that we have areas where we're getting businesses in, and we need to stop with the empty buildings and bring business into our city so that people enjoy being here. We want to make sure that there's a thriving, vibrant community. And, you know, we've started a lot of that work with Revitalize Broadway, with our Broadway Bites, and trying to encourage people to be out in the different communities and areas that they wouldn't necessarily be. So, I could keep talking, but I don't think I have anything more to say.
Councilmember Fayad.
Hi, Chelsea. First of all, I want to say thank you for all that you do for our community. It doesn't go unseen. I think you guys just did a big project that we're 10 houses?
Yes.
Yeah, so looking forward to stopping by and checking that out. But my question to you is, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
I will be the first person to tell you that if I don't like someone, that's my own personal opinion. I think I am very good at working with people of different personalities and accepting that most of us come from those differences or out of passion, lack of knowledge, or in very, very few cases, they just don't want to hear anything. It's kind of hard to get through, and at the same time, that's not my business to get in arguments or anything like that. I work very well with people of different personalities. And many, many times have said, I don't have to like someone to work with them. That's just not the way it should be. But I do believe that whatever we do, we should be working for the city and the people. I don't believe it should be my own personal agenda, or it should be the agenda of one particular person. We have to all work together and make sure that we're pushing ourselves forward to be the best city that we can be.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heredia.
Are you wearing the Disneyland lanyard to sway us?
No, my keys are on it.
Okay, just checking. Okay, and so as a committee member, if you are selected for this committee, how would you ensure that the city's fiscal accountability and transparency of the spending of Measure T?
Well, I think the first thing is we have to be doing our job, right? There'll be an outline for the committee of what it is that we're supposed to be doing. So we will read that, follow that, reference it back. I'm very big on if I don't understand something, I reference somebody who might have more knowledge than I do. I think it is important to never think that I know everything. But there's always ways to find an answer, and I always go to where we need to. Our job would be to work together collaboratively. I think we're a 5-person committee is what they're looking for. So to collaborate with everybody, follow the rules that are set aside for our committee, and make sure that we're reporting that, asking questions, and making sure that we report that to whoever the next step up is, following through.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help with each year's budget process.
With each year's budget process, well, we have a certain amount of money that's coming in, right? I think that sometimes a fresh set of eyes and a fresh way of doing things can be very helpful with anything, any time that we're trying to move forward. So we do have to find out our budget. I can sit here and I can go, oh, this would be great to spend money on and whatever we want to do, but obviously there's also city agenda, city plans, and things that we need to follow through with and get done. So we do with any budget. Same with ourselves. We just keep ourselves on task. We have to know what it is that we would be putting money aside to. We have to have a checks and balance. We have to make sure what we're doing and going through everything is made for, hey, this line item is this line item is that, and we're making sure that our budgets come out. I will say that with this extra money, there may be some new ways to think of how it should be spent in our city, and not just the old ways. I know some of our roads that get replaced, it's like straight on top of dirt, and we're replacing those roads, and we're replacing those roads, and we're replacing those roads. So does it make sense to continually replace the same thing in the same manner, or do we go a step above and go, all right, we'll lay down the foundation first, and then the proper asphalt? Things like that, and maybe we can't, and here's the reason why. So, without knowing what questions we have before us and what the answers might be, it's hard to say where to go with something. And I think all citizens sit around and just think they know what's best. But until you're working with the people and you find out the true yes or no's, it's hard to just say.
Excellent. And if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, will you commit to attend regular meetings and honor the committee process? And would you, we don't want everybody to rotate off at the same time. So there's going to be a couple of people that will go work for only 2 years, and then the rest will be on for 4 years. So we're looking to see if you would have a preference on 2 years or 4 years.
I've thought about this greatly, and I would prefer the 2-year, rotate off and on at first, only because I really do have a lot of passions around our city. that I wanna make sure I can still give my full attention to. But I think that this group is very important to get things off to a start. But I do recognize that, I really do like a lot of the other things I do around the city, and I would like to not only continue to do them, but to ramp them up a bit.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Now it's your turn for the closing statement.
Thank you guys so much. It's always so funny when I come up here and I have these different speaking things, and I feel like there's always something so official. You know, I'm a very down-to-earth person. What you see is what you get all the time. This is the way it is. And I believe that I come with altruistic intentions for everything that I do. I bring my all when I go after something, and I believe that because of what I do, a lot of people do trust me and trust that I would follow through in doing things in a proper manner, and that I have no other motives. I'm also a very proud, nonpartisan voter, so I don't have any political motives or anything like that in this game. And I just think that I could be a good catalyst to getting this going.
All right, thank you so much, appreciate it.
And now I'm going home to get back in pajamas in bed.
Yeah. Next we have David Simmons.
Hello, I'm David Simmons, I go back home. I was born and raised in La Mesa. When I was 20, my wife and I moved to Flamingo, which was 47 years ago. I've been in the drywall trade for 49 years. About the last 35 years, I've run 2 companies successfully. For over 20 years, I partnered with a couple other guys. And then 14 or 15 years ago, I worked under my own license. So I've seen a lot of ledgers, balance sheets, spreadsheets, profit and loss statements. Tomorrow I actually go to Sacramento for a 2-day workshop. I work for the Contractor State License Board. I developed the examination test for the C9 drywall license for the state of California. I submitted an application for this because partially because I've never voted to increase my taxes. And I wanted to be able to keep an eye on Measure T. You know, there was a lot of anti-tax groups that actually endorsed this measure, which says something to the way that it was written, the fact that it's got the oversight committee. And let's face it, the fact that the citizens gifted the city an alternate revenue stream to help take care of some of the problems that are out there. And of course, I don't need to tell you my list of problems because you should all know about it. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
All right, we'll start with questions from Councilmember Altamirano.
Thanks for coming tonight and for applying. We definitely need people that have experience in business and that are financially savvy, you know, that know how to read reports and such. Thank you. My question is, in your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemongrove faces now?
Well, it's hard to put 3, because I've got 3 under subcategory of streets. Then we've got the graffiti and the trash problem. And of course, we need to keep our parks in tip-top shape for the citizens that voted for this. And of course, don't forget our fire and sheriffs. One sheriff here.
All right, thank you. Next, we will move to Councilmember Fayad.
Thank you for being here. Question for you, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
I compromise with people all day long, all across the board. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, this is not my way or the highway. This has to be our way.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Councilmember Heredia.
Thank you for coming. Since you didn't vote for it, I think this will be a good question for you.
No, I did vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said you
No,
didn't,
this
you
is-
never voted to raise your taxes, what I
Never,
thought you said.
never told Major T. No, I did vote for this because again, the
Because
city,
of that,
the
okay.
city does need alternate revenue.
Okay, okay, well, either way, my question's the same. This is my lead, and I was gonna be funny, but never mind. Anyways, so if you were selected for this committee, what would you do to ensure that the city is being held accountable and is spending the money correctly?
Well, I think the oversight committee's job is to oversight the spending and make sure that it's correctly spent in the areas where it was written to be spent at.
Hi, Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi, welcome. Please, describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help with each year's budget process.
Well, I guess they could take a look at where the priorities should be. The budget is pretty, I don't wanna say large, but it's all encompassing. I mean, there's many buckets in there. And I'm not sure if we're gonna add any more buckets, but we're gonna try to add more money to the buckets. I mean, if we think that, you know, I've got 9 buckets, so maybe that's around $630,000 for each bucket, based on a $5.6 million projected revenue stream for this.
Good job on the mail.
If appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend regular meetings and honor the committee process? And we have 2 tracks. So the first year when it's just starting, we'll have some people that will only serve for 2 years, and others that will serve for 4 years until we get the system rolling. All right, and do you have a preference for the 2-year or 4-year track?
I have no preference for that, and I can attend all the meetings I need to.
Thank you so much. I'll give you 1 minute for closing.
Well, I think I've taken up enough of your time. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Dave, so much. Next, we have, 1 moment, please.
Just a really quick announcement. If there are any interviewees out in the audience, I ask that you step away and then I will walk you over to the waiting room. Do you have any interviewees out here in the audience?
All right, next is Donna Clabby.
I only get 2 minutes.
We have lots of questions too. So I'll give you your 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Okay, so where do you want me to begin?
You can tell us why you wanted to do
You
this.
got my resume, right?
Yes, we do.
In front of you. Really, I guess I wanna say I wanna go down memory lane. Meaning, when we first moved here in Lemon Grove, we came down Federal Boulevard. There was no 94, and we had a vibrant community. We had a Marcy's, a Linda's, a Hallmark store over here, and this is on this side of, from, Lemon Grove Avenue down to the Home Depot came in, I think it was like, 70, I think it was 97, I forget, actually. And we incorporated in 1975 and became a city. And what I liked and what Tom and I both liked about Lemon Grove was the fact that, it was a bedroom community and people kept their lawns and their homes neat and clean. And as I drive around Lemon Grove now, I do see people, they evidently went and took out a second mortgage or whatever, and they've improved. So the housing area is very, very nice. But what is really missing, and I think is a distraction, is this horrible place south here that is all filled in, it's right, next to the, Glassworks place, I think it is. And it's fenced in, but it's miserable looking, and that's something I think should be addressed. We can't make owners do what we want, but, and I understand that. So I guess I'm ready for your questions.
All right, well, the first question will come from Councilmember Altamirano.
I thank you for coming tonight and applying. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove has or faces?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
What are the top 3 most pressing concerns that we have as a community that Lemon Grove faces?
Top 3?
Yes, please.
Well, everybody, if it's coming from a resident, it would be the roads and the streets. But I think, you know, the Public Works Department does a great job. So I would say the streets are one. Number 2 would be to hopefully keep the parks free of guns. And, a third one, I guess would be just beautify Lemon Grove. Everywhere we can.
Wonderful, Councilmember Flydie.
Hi, Mrs. Javi.
Hi.
Hi, first of all, I just,
Are you enjoying MTS?
I'm not, Jennifer's been going. Jennifer,
Turn off the.
she doesn't remember anything. First of all, I just want to make a comment during my time. I'm supposed to ask you a question, but yeah, I just want to say that I really appreciate you. I know that you love your husband, and I know that he's made just a significant impact in the city of Lemon Grove. So I'm grateful that we get to kind of know who he is. I never got to meet him, but we get to kind of know who he is and his passion through you. And I would love someday to sit with you and have a cup of coffee just to reminisce on the things that Lemon Grove used to look like. So I appreciate that. Appreciate all that you've done for our community. My question to you, Donna, would be, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on a matter or topic?
Well, I guess it would be, well, how I would react. First of all, I'm a good listener. And listening is one of the greatest ways to hear another point of view. If you're all ready to come back and, you know, and have an answer, then you're really not a good listener. So I think being a good listener and also putting oneself in the person that you're listening to shoes. So you get their perspective. In other words, I feel that, I think that's very important.
Next, we have Councilmember Heredia.
Hi, Donna, thank you. If you were selected to be on this committee, what would you do to ensure that the city is being held accountable and spending the Measure T money on what it is, the transparency that comes with spending the money in the proper places? What would you do?
The tax committee. I served on the tax when we raised our tax in, I think it was like, might have been 93 or 94, or 90. Anyway, I served on the oversight committee. So I have experience of what one does. And, I feel that's one of my strong suits. That's what I bring to you.
But what would you do to ensure that we are doing it properly? Would you be vocal with your group
Making sure
members?
that you're doing it properly. Well, I would, hopefully, you would all be doing your own homework, and myself. So, I would say that, I would be a good candidate for this.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi. Please describe how the measure,
Sorry. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help with each year's budget process.
Can you repeat that? Please?
So, describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee, actually would be helping council with our budget process.
Okay, good. Your purpose is to make sure that you do with the property taxes. And being on the oversight committee would make sure, or we would be assuring or actually advising you or saying to you, you did a good job or you didn't do a good job. Basically.
thank you.
Excellent. And if you're appointed to the Measure T committee, are you able to attend the regular meetings and honor your commitment?
I think I'm committed, and you all know this.
Perfect. And then there's a couple of the people will do a 2-year T term, and and the others will do a 4-year term. Do you have a preference of doing the 2-year term or the 4-year term?
No, I don't have any preference.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you'll have 1 minute to do a closing statement.
Well, I guess my final statement is, that I love the city. And I think I have the background to all of you to know that I could do a good job. And I did a good job back when I served on the oversight committee. So that's my strong suit for it.
All right. Well, I hope I do as good a job as you do. It's done. You did excellent, and I really
Can I go
appreciate
sit
it.
in my seat now?
You were able to go sit in your seat. Thank you so much, Ms. Scotty. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Next, Dorinda Miller called, and she's in transit still. She has another meeting that she's just coming back from. So now we're gonna move to Eric Hallenstein. Hi, good evening. You can go ahead and start with your opening statement.
Okay, so my name is Eric Hallenstein. Hello, everyone. Good evening. So I am a nearly 6-year resident of London Grove. I consider myself pretty active publicly. I enjoy volunteering for the Busy Bee Co-op here in London Grove, run by Chelsea. Some of the great folks here that have helped out. And, I really, want to take part in bettering the city, and I spend a lot of time outdoors, especially walking around the city. And so I think it's given me a really good perspective on some areas of improvement and some things that I think, we could do better. So I'd be very excited for the opportunity to take part in this committee and help out in any way I can. That's all I have.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we'll turn to the questions portion of it, and we'll begin with a question from Councilmember Altamirano.
Hello, Eric. Thank you for applying and for being here tonight. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
So the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces for me, I think first off, it's walkability. I walk the community very often with my family. I have a nearly 5-year-old son. The lack of sidewalks on specific streets can present an immediate danger to our lives. And so that's very important to me. The second thing would be, you know, in terms of this type of, this idea of basically connecting everything. So not just the walking, but also driving around as well. Potholes, fixing streets so that it's safer to drive on or to cycle on. And I actually cycled here today. I have my helmet right there and experienced, you know, some of the bumpiness that we have, which is I think everywhere. So that's number two. Number three would be probably attracting new families to the community and trying to be an attractive, on the cutting edge of developing and having entertainment and things all accessible for everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we'll move to Councilmember Fayad.
Here, thanks for being here. My question to you is, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
Yeah, so to interact with someone with a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic, for me, it's really important to find common ground and kind of you know, give my first reaction in a calm manner. So like for example, someone that hates sidewalks and thinks that sidewalks bring homeless people into the community or something like that. You know, I've actually had that conversation. And so, you know, for me, it's important to stress the fact that we all want the community to get better. Oh, does that, am I cut off here? Sorry.
I apologize, I forgot to reset it.
Oh,
Keep
no
going,
worries.
Eric.
No worries, no worries. Okay. So yeah, so for me, something like that is to kind of state that, you know, we all have a different perspective on how the community can be bettered. And if we can find that common ground, you know, it's not always possible to agree, but we can at least see each other's side, you know, approach a solution together.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heredia.
Hi Eric, nice to meet you, thank you. So if you were selected to be on this committee, or the committee, what would you do to ensure transparency and accountability that the city is spending the money on the things that are approved to be spent on?
Yes, so transparency and accountability are very important to me, both professionally. I'm a project manager. I actually work with the Navy as a civil servant, and we do have a very important community aspect to our work. And I do actively have to brief the community I work in about project status, updates on things, as much as I can. And the majority of my work is not classified. So for me, it's just a part of what I normally do, and just, you know, especially communication-wise, I'm very on top of trying to, you know, share status updates, keep people aware of what's going on in the community, and be as transparent as possible.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza, or Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi, Eric.
Hi.
Thanks for applying. Eric and I actually ran into each other on the street, talking about the streets and sidewalks. It was the first time we met. I didn't realize you were working with the committee. That's great. So, please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help with each year's budget process.
So the Measure T Oversight Committee and how it can help in each year's budget process. Likewise, great to see you again, Jennifer, and thanks for meeting me that one time to talk about sidewalks and other times. So I think, you know, I think some of the key aspects of it would be reviewing projects and reports and what's planned to be done, and then what can be done, and then what is done, and just trying to find out, you know, are we getting the best result for the amount of available funds? And that's always been important to me, you know, personally. I'm a homeowner, and so I'm always thinking about, you know, what's the cost of changing, you know, replacing our roof and having solar, you know, versus not having solar and getting the benefit of that. So I think for me, like utilizing my engineering and project management skills to basically evaluate, review what's been done and what can be done, and then what will be done to present what the opinion of the community would be.
And if appointed to the Measure T committee, would you be able to commit to attend regular meetings and honor the committee process?
Yes, so I am I work typically 8 to 4-ish every day, and so and have family and such, but I typically can meet, once a month, I think was what was discussed, would be totally fine, and then communicating outside of that time frame too, via email or phone, whatnot. I think I can do that, 10 hours a week or something like that, or less, is probably what I could typically do. No, just depends on, how things are going and where things are going.
Perfect. And we have, for this first go around of it, we have some people that will serve for 2 years and others that will serve for 4. Do you have a preference?
Yes, 2 years.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, 1 minute for closing.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone for taking the time here to interview me for this position, and I'm definitely a really proud community member of Lemon Grove, and I try to just spread all the good news of what's actually happening in the community and volunteer events, and just try to inspire my son to be active in the community and see things change for the better. So I'd love to take part in this and see where it goes and help out in any way I can. And yeah, thank you.
Sure appreciate it. Thank you. Excellent job. Next we'll call Dorinda Miller. Hi, good evening. All right, it's all yours for your opening statement.
Oh, great, okay, should I use this?
Yes, and you have to hold it right to your mouth, perfect.
Okay. Okay, I did a little prepared something because I wanted to look prepared. Good evening, Mayor Snow, City Manager Romero, City Council members and staff. It's an honor to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dorinda Miller, and I'm here to offer my background in governance, fiscal oversight, and nonprofit leadership to the Measurement T Committee's mission of ensuring that public funds are managed wisely and effectively for the benefit of Lemon Grove residents. As a current trustee for the Lemon Grove School District, I, along with fellow board members and Superintendent Vincent, oversee multi-million-dollar budgets, develop equity-focused funding policies, and work with stakeholders to prioritize community needs. In addition to my governance experience, my career in nonprofit fundraising and corporate partnerships has been dedicated to securing sustainable resources for community-driven initiatives. At the Identity Theft Resource Center, I've raised $3 million in major gifts this year through strategic financial planning and donor engagement. Earlier in my career, I served on the board at Father Joe's Villages Toussaint Academy, one of San Diego's largest organizations supporting individuals experiencing homelessness. This experience gives me deep understanding of economic vulnerability and the importance of public-private partnerships. Knowledge that I believe will be essential as Lemon Grove continues to address housing challenges, community development, and taking care of its neighbors in need. Additionally, my experience in corporate social responsibility at Qualcomm strengthened my ability to align funding priorities with measurable impact, ensuring that financial resources are used efficiently and equitably. I know that we will all agree that Lemon Grove has incredible potential. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the opportunity to serve.
Excellent. Now we'll go to the question phase, and we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Hi, Dorinda, thank you for applying and for being here tonight. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
Well, I think in the time that I've been able to come to these meetings here, oh, sorry.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm sorry.
In the time that I've been able to come to these meetings here, it seems like people are very concerned about roads. It seems that people are concerned about how we do address our neighbors in need, our homeless population. And I like to think that we have a community that's very concerned about our youth and how they can be serviced and how the school board can continue to make sure that everyone's educated and our little lemons do good work.
Councilmember Fayad.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. We've known each other for so long.
I know, like
last
about a week.
Yeah. Gosh. So Dorina, this is Noah. How do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
Well, I think that I have a lot of different opinions from several people here in the community. On the school board, not everybody sees the same. And I think the important thing is to have a listening ear and to make sure that if there's a question that I personally can address, that I find the person who can. And make sure that I make those introductions and that they feel that they've been taken care of. But perhaps, you know, I can step out of a little trouble there.
Thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Heredia.
Thank you. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Dorinda?
It is.
Oh, love it when I'm right.
Yes, you are right.
Thank you, Dorinda. Thank you for coming. So if you were selected to be on this committee, why do I keep saying that?
But you got Dorinda right.
Too much candy.
Anyways, if you get selected to this committee, I'm gonna use a whole other word, you just wait. What would you do to ensure that there was accountability and transparency for the city in how they're spending the Measure T funds?
Well, I think that, I'm sure that there will be some sort of guidelines that will be provided to this committee, and I think it will be important to listen and follow directions to figure out what those guidelines are, to make sure that we're very transparent, and then perhaps there is a schedule of reporting out so that people know that we're being fiscally responsible and taking care of business.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi,
Hi.
welcome.
Thank you.
So please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help with each year's budget process. And that would be our,
So, from what I understand, I think Measure T is supposed to be bringing in about $5 million or so, and I think that's over, I think that's annually for a certain amount of time. So, I think that's a significant amount of cash that we certainly haven't had in the past. And how would I think I've actually also lost track of your question, but I think you're asking me how we would, what we're thinking we might do with those funds. Is that right? I think it's important that we do the most important things first. That we talk to the city council here, that we talk to the community, and that we find out sort of what the hierarchy is and what we should bid first. It's a significant amount of money, and I can't imagine that everybody will be thrilled with what that hierarchy is, but I think as long as we're able to explain it, probably a good idea.
If you're appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend regular meetings and honor the committee process?
I certainly am. The only thing that I would want to make sure of with the committee and their approval would be that it wouldn't overlap on a Tuesday night when I have a school board meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a 2-year track for some of the first people on board and then a 4-year track. Do you have a preference for 2 to 4 or 4 years?
Well, I would serve at the pleasure of whatever the committee wants. However, personally, I would think that the community might want new blood after 2 years, so I would be more than willing to do a 2-year stint if that's what we thought was best.
Wonderful. All right, thank you so much. So I'll give you 1 minute to do a closing statement.
Oh, well, I was so nervous. I appreciate, Olivia, thank you for letting me butcher your last name there. And I think that you guys are doing a great job. You're brand new, and it seems like you're gelling really well. We also are gelling great over school board, so I feel like, there's just great things ahead for our city, and I'm super excited to play any part that I possibly can.
All right, thank you so much. All right, next we have Gabriel Almeida. Hi, you can go ahead and start with your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Gabriel Almeida. Apologies if I speak a little fast. I got a lot to fit in 2 minutes. So first of all, thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight, and everyone for trying out for the committee. This is a really cool thing that the city's doing. So admittedly, I'll probably be the newest Lemon Grove resident who puts my name in the hat to be a part of this committee. My wife and I have been in the city of San Diego for 5 years, and we bought our first home a year ago here in Lemon Grove. My professional background, I attended Cal State San Bernardino, got a bachelor's of science in computer engineering and a minor in applied physics. While I was on campus, spent some years as part of their research lab, the Center for Advanced Functional Materials, and I spent some time as an engineering intern for NASA Flight Armstrong Research Center. Since graduation, I've worked as a software engineer, the last 2 years of which I worked for a local company here in San Diego up in Kearney Mesa called Fuse Integration. That's all the professional stuff. Personally, very active, I have a lot of hobbies, and one of my passions is community service. So in my hometown of Riverside, California, many years ago, I started working with an organization called School on Wheels, who maybe some of you have heard of, who primarily works with the homeless population. And my position was as a volunteer academic tutor and mentor to homeless and at-risk youth for a youth crisis center out there. Since coming to San Diego 5 years ago, that passion has continued. I work for a nonprofit organization up the street called Access Youth Academy. Is that my time there? I only had, how long did I have? 2 minutes, oh boy, okay. Well, I guess I ran out of time, so I'll save the rest for my closing statement.
All right, perfect. All right, we'll go to the question portion. We have Councilmember Altamirano.
Okay, thanks for coming. And for my question is, in your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I would say safety and infrastructure, which I think kind of go hand in hand. And it seems like there's a lot of voices that are asking for those simple things. Safety, infrastructure, and I would say supporting small business, business development, especially in the downtown corridor. Small business is the lifeblood of any community. So, if you have safety, if the residents feel safe, you have good infrastructure, you invest in infrastructure, then the business owners will come. And if they feel supported, then then I think that creates an environment where residents want to be. And also people, like myself, young professionals who want to come to the city, it creates a more attractive environment to invest in, and potentially live in if they feel supported as a business owner.
Councilmember Fayad.
Hey Gabe, thanks for being here. Appreciate all you do for the youth too, that's awesome. Hey, so my question to you would be, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
That's a great question. Yeah, so I think that in our current political environment, that's a really, something that we should all be really thoughtful about. Everyone's gonna have their own opinion, even our neighbors. I think it's important that, you start with good intentions of grace, and, it's so important that we be civil. It's like, you can make a stand for something, but if you're stepping on toes and if you're disrespectful, to the people, to your neighbors, then you're not gonna get much done. You know, it's important, you know, I think it seems like with this new council, you know, I think that's some of the energy that's being created of, you know, working across the aisle. It's important to look the person that you work with in the eye, know that this person is your neighbor, and like, forget the identity politics. You know, people are so quick to act on emotion, so I think as an engineering background, a scientific background, you know, we approach things with logic first, and I try to live that and how I carry myself in my career and my life. So I think starting with data, with reason, with logic, with grace, and trying to keep the emotion out of it, as difficult as that can be, that's important when you're trying to come up with a compromise between people who probably have very strong, even though they're different points of view.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Councilmember Heredia.
Thank you, Gabriel. It's really nice to meet you here today. Thank you for making Lemon Grove your home.
Thank you.
Yes. If you are selected to this committee, which I hope you are, how would you ensure that the city would have good transparency and accountability in spending the funds properly?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason why we're here, right? It seems to me like the job of this committee is pretty clear. Review that the money is being spent on the things that are very clearly outlined in Measure T, and validate that those things are being done. You know, it's not just looking at numbers on a sheet, you know, and expense reports, but validating that if work was said to be done, then we're double checking that it was done right. So the 3 R's: review, report, and recommend. Talk about the first one. The report is kind of what you alluded to in transparency. I don't have a PR background, but I know the importance of transparency. I think that anyone that's worked for any healthy organization knows how important transparency is. And so for a place like Lemon Grove, I think people feeling like they trust that the information that you're giving them is the right information and that it's well-intentioned, whether it's good or bad, is really important. So reviewing that the money's being spent on the things that it should be spent on, reporting it, and going out of your way to make that report very available to everyone, right? Not everyone is tech savvy. You know, I think if I wasn't around, my wife would probably not be able to run a lot of tech stuff around the house. But making things available to everyone and easy to access in that report, and then making recommendations on, is the money being spent efficiently? You know, I think we're dealing with national politics where we're talking efficiency has become a bad word to some people, you know. So, but I think it is important that the money is not only being spent on the things that it should be spent on, but are we spending it efficiently?
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi. My question's similar, but a little different. Describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help with each year's budget process. And that's the council's perspective.
So, like I said in my intro, I'm newer to the city of Lemon Grove, so I'm not as familiar with the budget process. But my assumption, based on, you know, what I read in Measure T, is the recommendations are really important. Making recommendations on, okay, the money was spent on X, Y, and Z, and that's good, but was it spent could that money have been spent in a way that better benefits the residents of Lemon Grove? And that is, if we're hiring someone to do work in the city, can we find someone in Lemon Grove that will do that work? Right? Can we, you know, I had I'm fortunate to have met Chelsea earlier in the green room, you know, and someone like that who's willing to volunteer their own time to help their own neighbors is really awesome. And I think that there are a lot of people that I've been meeting as you know, we get to know people that do care about this community. And I think you can lean on the community and the residents to do the work that needs to be done in some cases, and that money is being spent within the boundaries of the city, as opposed to hiring some outside contractor firm that's gonna charge surplus fees and a finder's fee and all the other fees that are involved with things. So in terms of how it relates to creating a budget, I think it's really important. You know, I don't know how much teeth that Measure T committee is going to have, but I think the transparency part of, hey, we're making a recommendation that you may have spent money on this thing, but we went out and found that we could have saved this X amount of dollars by doing this other thing. Can we think about that for the next project that's coming up? You know, and then reporting that back to the residents and being really transparent about it. You know, so this iterative cycle that I'm used to as a software engineer is important. Like, what do we do right? What do we do wrong? How can we do better the next time?
And if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to regularly attend the meetings and to honor the committee process?
Absolutely.
All right. And in the first cohort of this, some people will have 2-year track and others will have a 4-year track. Do you have a preference?
No preference.
Okay.
Yeah, where I can fit if selected.
Okay, wonderful. I'll give you 1 minute for your closing statement.
Okay, my 1 minute for closing statement is also part of my intro, since I thought we had 3 minutes, so I did a 3-minute intro. I do want to say, my wife and I have only been here a year, but Lemon Grove has very quickly become home to us. You know, we're on our own personal journey of starting a family, hopefully, God willing, and being connected to the community where we live and raise our family is really important to us. I do feel like my technical background, engineering expertise, my passion for working with the next generation, which I was talking about with the nonprofit I work with here as a mentor, I think all those can be really vital. I know those can be vital to the outcomes of the committee. And I also think that my wife and I represent a growing contingent of young professionals who are going to continue to call Lemon Grove home in the years to come. I think I can be a voice for them, while also keeping in mind the people who have lived here their entire lives, or many decades, and make sure the city's going towards a direction that works for both of those.
All right, thank you so much. It's really good to
Thank
meet
you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Next we have Gregory Woods. I'll look to the council. Do you guys want to take a 3-minute or 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay. We'll take before we move to Greg, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break.
Committee. What did I say? Committee. I think I got too many T's and too many E's. Maybe an extra I.
It's okay. Well, I introduce you again, because I have that reason to be here, so,
Yeah, we're all tied. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I get it. Oh no, I've been wearing
So he's coming to bring the rain with him.
Oh, yeah. No, they unaffiliated a couple years ago.
I saw you all there.
Oh, you did?
No, I saw there. No, I saw you walk in. No, there's more people that want to do it. It's 21 that dropped out. And
Not recently, but I used to build in that street, I would do sprints up the road.
Yeah.
There's part of me that's like. Okay, alright, so, as someone who lives there, is it, they're happy?
That's what they did for you,
honey.
I'm like, is this pretty ornamented right now? Can I stretch it?
Originally was with the mortgage stairs.
I mean, you know better than that.
How many are on same? Five. We do five. Five is a manageable number.
Or they can't.
They will. They are.
And then we take it monthly, we got the, where you can, yeah, that worked out perfectly. It was like, I'm like, what are we gonna do with this? And then we got this.
We would do it whole education.
That's awesome.
Everybody started out with we're doing whole education. But instead of, in our week, we can get staff members.
High school.
So I wasn't heard, law enforcement, I have to go to the advisory committee to create more additional law enforcement. So there's gonna be some interactive with staff.
So the program that I work with now, it's my first,
planning at the end that we can then report back to them how we use the first year's money and how we use their money. So I want more of it. Yeah.
anyways, I can pick your brain some way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, Dylan had our testing on Thursday.
All right, we are back in session and we are excited to have Mr. Woods here. Mr. Woods, I'll give you 2 minutes for your opening statement.
So I pick up the mic. Mic work. I am a 26-year Living Grove resident. My kids, my grandkids all attended camp over at the rec center. I played in league, I coached over there. And so I'm a longtime Living Grove resident. I worked for the city of San Diego for 33 years, retired a year and a half ago, worked in the city treasurer's office, worked on countless budgets with the city of San Diego, so I understand, governments and the protocols and work done as I was also the president of the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, so I was also involved in a lot of contract negotiations. I understand that the responsibility of government is to be transparent, communicative, and productive. That's something that I want to bring to this table and be part of the community to be sure that that's what's happening.
I'm struggling with this cold. This is day 17, so I don't know how long it's gonna last, but we can just keep going. So now we'll move to the question portion, and we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Woods. Appreciate, your application and being here tonight. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
Obviously, I think staffing is a big thing. Staffing, and when I say that, includes law enforcement and city staff. We all want a lot of stuff done. It's important that we have people in place that can do those things for us. So that's one of the things. I think our roads, obviously, everybody's roads are bad. We want our roads fixed and traffic control. I just think that, you know, our neighborhoods aren't safe. People are speeding up and down our streets constantly, and we need to make sure that we kind of, you know, some kind of code compliance, you know, slow this stuff down and make our neighborhood safe again.
The roads and traffic control, is that 2 or 3?
No, staffing, roads, and traffic control.
Marvelous.
So road repair and traffic controllers. Separate issues from that.
Councilmember Fahey.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Woods, for being here, appreciate that. So, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
Well, the first thing I do is listen. You know, I want to understand where they're coming from, and I also want to make sure that I'm communicating my position in a clear and concise manner. And I want to ensure that the dialogue is not personal, and that we're sticking to to whatever the issue here is. And the biggest thing is to listen, you know, and to communicate clearly. And that's how I do that.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Heredia.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Woods. It's good to see you. If you're selected to this committee, what would you do to ensure that there's good transparency and accountability, which obviously you're passionate about, as far as the city spending the money on the proper things?
Well, as part of the committee, you know, I would anticipate that as a member of the committee, that we would communicate any findings, our review, approval, or anything to the city council in writing. And that way there would be some sort of paper trail to ensure that, you know, the position of the committee, whatever it is documented. And that way it's available for everyone to see, and it will ensure transparency.
Awesome, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi, thanks for applying. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help the City Council with our yearly budget process.
That was what I was looking at here, and how can we help? As a committee, our job with the committee would be to ensure that any of the proposed uses or previous uses of the sales tax money is used in accordance with the ordinance and city charter. And that would be what we would do, is to communicate to you if we thought that there was a conflict or we had a question or whatever. We would always have some sort of, you know, make sure that there was some dialogue to ensure that we're all on the same page and understand what this charge means versus what this action does, and how and make sure that we're all in compliance.
And if appointed to Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend regular meetings and honor the committee process?
Yeah, I'm tired, I have a lot of time.
And are you interested, we have some people who will be on a 2-year track for the first session, and then 4-year track. So do you have a preference?
Yeah, I read that. I would be available for the entire 4 years.
Okay, wonderful. I'll give you a minute to do a closing statement.
I'm passionate about our city. You know, I remember before I purchased it, I lived in San Diego, and I had a friend who lived over on Dane Drive. And I used to drive down. This was before my street was. You couldn't, on Camino de los Palmas, you couldn't go both ways, but you could come down the hill and go down there. I should look at the street that I live on, and I said, wow, these are nice homes, and one day I'm gonna live there. And one day I did, you know, so I went down there, and the home was for sale, and, you know, and I was able to buy it, you know, and, you know, but as I said, I've been here and I raised my kids and my grandkids here, but I've seen, you know, you know, the financial struggles, you know, that Lemon Grove has had, and I see, you know, sometimes what appears to be a lack of confidence from some of the citizens, and I'm just gonna say, this is my personal opinion, I think that, you know, that communication is key, and I look at the new council, and I look at the mayor, and that's something that I think you guys are pretty good at, and I think that communications will solve a lot of problems, and, you know, people expect stuff to be done. And if you know, tell them we can do it, this is what we can do, and this is how we'll do it, and then that's, you know, what people understand, more than nothing.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming out and applying. We're excited to have you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if I feel a little bit tired. I flew in from
Portugal,
and I don't know what clock my body's on right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person will be Ian Johnston. All right, so there's a microphone right there. You have to hold it right up to your mouth so we can hear you. And the floor is yours for your opening statement. You have 2 minutes.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Ian Johnston. I'm a resident of Lemon Grove. I am a business owner, but my business is not in Lemon Grove. But I do accounting and I work with money, and I heard about this opportunity to be part of the city, and I've thought about it over the last 12 years to apply for various things, and just never done it. And when this came up, and it's like, hey, money, that's my area of specialties. I do this. I file sales tax for my clients. I always see that side of it, of paying the sales tax, seeing different cities, seeing different districts, and from the California CDPFA that collects the sales tax. And so I was thinking, hey, if we're gonna pay more money, and especially with opportunities like having like Home Depot here, places where lots of people from the area come and they spend their money, opportunities to bring people to Lemon Grove, I feel like that is a powerful tool that we have to be able to use that and to get the ancillary benefit of the additional Measure T funds in order to help our city to improve our infrastructure, the roads, the waterways, the gutters, and everything like that. So the $5.9 million they talked about, it sounds like a lot of money to a lot of people, but I deal with $200 million of money through my business every year, not personally, but a couple hundred companies that we work with on an annual basis. So it is not a crazy amount of money. It's very doable to track everything like that. So being a part of a committee that's tracking it, looking at it, exactly what the word is, I don't know, but that is what I would be interested in doing and being a part of, and making sure that these funds are being used appropriately.
All right, thank you so much. And next we'll move to the question portion. So we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Thank you for applying and for coming here tonight. In your opinion, what do you perceive are the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
That is a great question, and so this is fully my opinion. I feel like this is a city where people come and they get stuff here. And this is a place where they end up being for a lot of their life, and the opportunities here have to match the outgrowing needs and opportunities of the people that live here. And so I think about when I go to look up a restaurant to go to, the restaurants I look up don't seem to pop up anywhere in Lemon Grove, they pop up all around it. The places that we end up going and spending our dollars don't bring people to our city, and I feel like that's an important part of what people perceive. I know that as a business owner, having an address in Lemon Grove has a stigma with it that is part of the reason why I don't have a business here in Lemon Grove. And I think these are all things that we can change. And so the business opportunities, I feel like, is one of the big ones. I also feel like just the I kind of think about living here and avoiding potholes and things like that from time to time is definitely an area where we can make improvements and look for that. So now potholes is just one thing, but we have streets that just need some just general adjustment changes. I know we had parts of Illica that was supposed to be a freeway off-ramp and is like crazy wide for just being a back street with one side of houses on it. And there's various areas like that. Or just, how do we help this area become a better more useful part of our city. I don't think that was everything, but.
Thank you, Councilmember Fayai.
Thank you, Ian, for being here, appreciate it. Let's see, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
That's a great question. I would say that when it comes to somebody who has a difference of opinion, that I do try to understand their side of what they're looking at, because everyone comes with their own skills, their own background, their own education, and various things that impact their decisions and their opinions on things, and I try to understand it. It's basically, to me, it's important to understand where they're coming from and what they see as being the ultimate goal of what they're trying to accomplish, to understand why their trajectory leads in that direction, so I can understand our differences maybe heading in different directions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heredia.
Hello, Ian, thank you for coming today. Since money is your jam, if you are
Nailed it on that.
if you are selected to be on this committee, what would you do to ensure that there's accountability and transparency for the city in how the Measure T's funds are being spent?
That's a great question. Since I've never been part of anything like this, it's hard to say from this point, but I was thinking about it of how do we track where money goes? And that's basically being told, hey, this goes to this category and this goes to that category, and so it depends on how granular I'm able to get with the funds. Having worked with large amounts of money, oftentimes there's lots of money that goes out in big chunks, and so sometimes things like this can actually be pretty straightforward to track, because this $100,000 went to this company for the services they provided, and this $200,000 went here, and I imagine that there's lots of big chunks that go out that would be pretty easy to track in that regard. And then it really isolates it down to smaller chunks of money that may be the audit fees that we just maybe need to look into those areas. So really just deducting your way into finding out where everything's going and that it matches up with where they said they're being going, where we're told they're being going. That would be probably an initial part where I would start to look, and just matching up categories with the labels on it or the vendors.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi, thanks for coming. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with our annual budget process.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my understanding and assumption about how this works is that we're going to be giving some clarity and backing up from a City Council portion, not being the independent auditors, but really being part of the city, making sure that we're looking at where the funds are going, that we can tell you what is actually happening with the money after they've been spent. And what the plan is to be done with those, and making sure that alignments where things are being allocated across the year on a quarter by quarter basis, that those are matching up with the expectations. And so with that information, that it is then turned back to you to take that information and then readjust budgets and allocations as needed to follow that pattern. So I would say that having clear information, having that backed up by the city is important, so that you know what is being told to you is actually matching up with reality.
And if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process?
Yes, I am. I own my own business and I set my own schedule, and so I would prioritize this as being a commitment in my life.
Okay, wonderful. And then, as it rolls out, there's a 2-year term option available and a 4-year term. Do you have a preference?
I was asked about this. I would lean toward the 2-year, but but I would be open to discussing whatever's needed.
Okay, wonderful. I'll give you 1 minute to close.
Well, thank you for that. It's great, these questions that you're asking, and I acknowledge that I haven't been on a committee like this, but I have been a resident. I bought my first house out of college here in Lemon Grove in 2011, and I've lived here for many years. This is where all of my kids were born. This is where I started my business. This is where my kids go to school here, and it's an important city to me. I've grown to love the city, and this is just something that is kind of an opportunity for me to get involved with the city and to be part of just one small portion of it.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we have Jason Sunderberg. Hi, good evening, how are you?
Very well.
You'll go ahead and have 2 minutes for your opening statement, and then we'll move into questions after your opening statement. Take it away.
Good evening, council. I'm just pretty much an average citizen, resident of Lemon Grove. Like most people, I'm interested in the welfare and the well-being of our town. That's the primary reason that I applied. I do have a relative work experience that involves municipalities and codes and regulations and budgets that has some bearing on this. But honestly, I think a lot of it just comes to common sense and looking at what the Measure T says and comparing it to the annual plan and being able to get along with everybody else and come to an agreement. I'm happy to take your questions.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Hello, thank you for applying and for joining us tonight. My question is, in your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
Top 3. Well, some of the most important things are for the quality of life for the residents. And that wraps around to a lot of different things that are going around in the city, like the attraction and retention of businesses that the residents would find useful, would want to patronize, the general appearance and accessibility and availability of open spaces and opportunities for recreation. I think that those all play into the quality of life, so I don't know how I'd list all 3. I mean, obviously, we have, like any city in the region, we have our homeless issue that affects the quality of life of the residents. But really, I think it comes down to like making our community the kind of community that people want to be in, and I think that entails a lot of different aspects of everything that we see around town.
Wonderful, thank you. Next we'll have Councilmember Bayai.
Hey Jason, thanks for being here. Question for you, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
Well, people are not gonna always agree. I think that's just the nature of being people. But I think the most important thing is to listen and to try to understand someone else's point of view, to like take the minute and think about and imagine seeing it their way and hope that you can find a way to express your own opinion so that they can understand it. I think it's important to be calm, and there's no hurry, there's nothing to be angry or upset about. To be able to be calm and have a normal discussion.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Heredia.
Jason, for coming in tonight. If you were selected to this committee, what would you do to ensure that there's good transparency and fiscal responsibility for the city in spending the Measure T funds?
Well, the measure as it was written already has a lot of these things built into it. There should be an annual plan, and all of the Measure T revenues are tagged as a line item in the general fund. So I think some of the ways that it's designed already has that, and I think it's just the point of being on the committee to review that plan annually and to be able to listen and maybe communicate. I think being able to communicate back and forth and say like, hey, does this really fit what the Measure T title language says? Like that's what I think should really guide us, is that Measure T title language, because that's what the voters saw on the ballot, and that's what they voted 71% for. And, I think that if we're not, even though according to the statute, it's for general fund uses, I think we really should stick to what's in the Measure T language.
Thank you so much, appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the city council, with, our yearly budget process.
From what I read in the measure, or the statute language, was that, really there's the big annual plan that comes up of how Measure T money is supposed to be spent. And I think the purpose of the committee is to look at that and to say like, hey, all of the items that you have put here will fall into one of the categories that's in that Measure T language. And I think it is like a back and forth communication. Like if the committee agreed and thought like, hey, this might be kind of outside of the scope, then we just, would talk to you and say, hey, or talk to staff, what is appropriate as the process is determined. And to just say, hey, we think this might be slightly outside of this, do you think maybe we could, move that to general fund, or maybe put it towards something that's more in line with what Measure T states?
And if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to the regular meetings and to honor the committee process?
Yes, I definitely commit to the meetings. From what I read on the application, it stated the quarterly meetings and of course annual meetings, and of course staying in touch with whatever the city business is. And whether, if I'm unable to attend city meetings, I can definitely say that I can review the audio that's provided by the city and make sure that I'm caught up on current issue.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm happy to do either 2 or 4 year, I think, whichever is fine. I'm just really happy for the opportunity to serve if you select me.
Perfect, all right, thank you so much. So I'll give you 1 minute to close.
Well, I just really want to thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate a chance to be involved. I really do care about the city and the well-being of the city. And I'll definitely represent the city in a dignified manner if I'm selected. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jay Bass. Good evening. So we have the microphone there on the stand. And when you talk into that microphone, you have to hold it right up to your mouth. It's very sensitive, or it's not very sensitive. And we'll give you 2 minutes to do your opening statement.
Okay. Good evening, it's nice to be here. Congratulations and welcome to City Council. Good to see everyone here. I'm happy to be here and happy to have the chance to interview for this position. I've been in the city for close to 35 years. I lived just a couple blocks down the street. I spent 4 consecutive terms as a school board member for Monroe. Prior to that, I served as the planning commissioner. Profession-wise, I worked for the Port of San Diego for 8 years, and then the San Diego International Airport for 20 years. Prior to that, I was at Port of Oakland for 7 years. So I've had a variety of experience. I've worked with a lot of budgets with the school district. Worked my budget at home. So I'm happy to be here. Why am I nervous and knowing folks?
That makes it worse.
It's Steve. Steve makes everybody nervous.
All right, so we will move to the question portion of the meeting, and we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Hello, Jay, thank you for applying. Good evening and for being here tonight. No need to be nervous. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove is facing?
Something I've seen really drop off is just the pride of living here. Used to be people just happy to be in Lemon Grove, there were parades or things to celebrate. So we've kind of lost that. along with a lot of our small businesses. So supporting those, bringing the pride back. We've had some wonderful events last weekend. I saw some of you, some of those. The school district doing great things, the Black History Celebration across the street. Those are great community events. I love to see those things happening and people take pride in living here. You gotta support businesses. You will always hear about the streets. My street's not probably any better than yours. So we've got streets, we've got community, we've got businesses, we've got this pride of ownership, pride of living here.
Thank you. Councilmember Fayad?
Hey Jay, thanks for being here. Let's see, Jay, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
First, I try to listen, be calm, listen to what their point of view is, try to understand where they're coming from. If it's different than mine, I try to rationally sit down with them and explain to them, here's where I'm coming from. You know, maybe we can find some middle ground. If we don't, we need to agree to disagree, we will, but hopefully with two calm, rational people, we can find some way to move forward if we have a similar goal in mind.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Garcia?
Thank you, Jay. I know working with you at the Community Advisory Committee that, you were very calm and I appreciate that very much. You're a good chair for us. If you were selected to this committee, however, what would you do to ensure that the city was being held, responsible for accountability fiscally and the transparency and how they're spending the money on Measure T?
Well, it's all open. I'm assuming everything's gonna be in writing, everything your suggestion we give you, not gonna be, it might be a verbal report, but it should be go along with the written report too as well. So it's available for the public, just like your budget is open for anybody to look at. I wanna ensure everything we recommended, the committee recommends, follows the guidelines of the measure. So we're following the law and just doing the right thing.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Hello? Describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with each year's, budget process.
I see you selecting a group of citizens with varied interests, business, residents, business owners. So you're gonna have a broad spectrum of people come to a consensus of what they think is best for the city, following guidelines and measures. So I think having you'd have a separate entity to give you some advice on this particular aspect of following the measure would be helpful to you. You know, you're gonna have certain budget things you gotta look at that are outside the measure, just running the city. So our input to you, specifically on this, it maybe takes something off your plate. So here's a good group of folks that are thinking the right thing, working for us, volunteering to work for us, and hopefully providing you really good advice.
Excellent. Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza? All right, if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process? And are you interested in a 2-year term or the 4-year term?
I'm happy to commit to attend meetings. You've seen me back in the room, most of the city council meetings. I actually used to be sitting beside Jessica, and she got promoted. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
But I had no problem with I'm retired, and schedule's pretty flexible, so I would enjoy the chance you can provide to help the city. The 2 or 4 year commitment, I think it depends on what you need, what the rest of the committee is able to provide. I don't have any plans to leave in the next 4 years. I'll be here no matter what, whether I'm on the committee or not, I'll be here helping out some way.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, I'll give you 1 minute to do a closing statement.
You know, I looked at the number of people that are applying. I think it's great. What an opportunity for us. see at least 20 people that want to come out and help, want to volunteer. There's lots of good things happening in the city. Busy beings, we revitalize Broadway, you know, we're doing paving projects. The past two events that I saw, there's good things happening. I was thinking, when we make this milestones of paving, let's tell people about it. Let's have a little party. You know, I'm sure the city manager would approve some funds for that, and, you know, we all celebrate that. We're just busy here. I just think, there's good things happening here, that you can sit there and listen to the naysayers and if people aren't happy, but where you can be a force of good, a positive change. I think we need more of that. And I think, I'm glad to see you all up here wanting the right thing. I'm glad to see you've got 20+ people that, it's a hard choice. Don't know all these people, but I recognize some names and work with a lot of them.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good to have you.
Thank you.
Next we have Jeremy Ogle. Hi, good evening. So we have a microphone there. You have to hold that microphone right up to your mouth to be able to hear it, and I'll give you 2 minutes to do your opening statement.
Time for 3 minutes. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Ogle. I am a resident of Lemon Grove. I'm a homeowner. I'm a student in the Master of Public Administration program at San Diego State. I'm also a full-time consultant working with businesses, nonprofits, and also consulting directly with cities here in San Diego County and across California. Let's see. I wanted to tell a story. Actually, something I didn't put on my application is that I started my career as a journalist. And I was a journalist, a professional journalist for the first 3 years. And a couple things that are really important as a journalist are being able to ask questions, find the right questions to ask, and being able to tell a story, recognize a story, and tell that story. And so with the few seconds that I have left, I want to kind of paint a picture of where we are and why this is so important. 5 years ago, the city was at risk of disincorporation, of insolvency, and the voters were asked to raise their sales tax with Measure X, and they said no. And we've been feeling the consequences of that for the last 5 years. 4 years later, at the end of 2024, they were asked the same question: do you want to raise your sales tax? And the answer this time was different. The opposite. They said yes, overwhelmingly. They said yes. So to me, the question that raises is why? Why was Measure T more favorable than Measure S? And I think the answer is because there were accountability measures in Measure T. There was a 10-year sunset. There is this oversight committee. And so I think what's really important for us as members of this oversight committee is to make sure that we are continuing to earn that trust. Voters basically said, we trust you for a limited time, and then we'll see after 10 years if you really deserve to keep that. So I think it's really important that we show the voters as the leaders and managers of this city that that trust was well placed, and that we can continue to trust us in the future.
All right, next we'll move to the questions. Councilmember Altamirano.
Hi, Jeremy. Thank you for coming and for applying. In your opinion, what do you perceive are the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
So I'm very data-driven. I care about facts, and I think we have some really good data on what those top 3 items are, just based on the poll. We had a very high-quality public opinion poll that was conducted last summer, which showed that the #1 thing when people were asked what is the change, what's the issue that you want this money for, it was roads and infrastructure. By far, #1, roads and infrastructure. Number 2 and 3 were tied. Number 2 and 3 were homelessness and public transportation. So we know for a fact that those are the top 3 issues that people want to see results from this sales tax measure. What I want to add on to that from my own personal opinion, though, is really that we still, even with this new sales tax revenue, the city is not in a very strong financial position. And so I think a really important priority is finding ways to increase the city's tax revenues, which is primarily sales tax and property tax. So we increase sales tax by bringing in new businesses that sell things that we can tax and create revenue to provide all the things that people want. And we increase property tax by bringing in new residential development, new commercial development, and making the city a place that is comfortable and feels safe and feels fun and people feel connected. Those are the things that are gonna improve the tax base and get the city on a more solid footing. So finding ways that we can allocate that the sales tax revenue from Measure T towards those goals, I think is really important.
All right, Councilmember Fahey.
Hi, Jerry. Thanks for being here. Hey, a question for you. How do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
Yeah, well, differences of opinion and conflict are my bread and butter. That's what I deal with in my job every day. I think that the number one thing that I think about when it comes to conflict is people want to be heard. I think that so much conflict just comes down to that. People not feeling heard, not feeling understood, feeling like their opinions or their experiences are not being validated by the person on the other side of the table or the person on the other side of the dais in your situation. So number one is give people an opportunity to be heard. And don't just give them a microphone and just move on, but actually reflect back what you're hearing and validate what you're hearing and show that you actually care. And at that point, you've probably heard them say enough that you can identify some common ground, and that's the common ground on which you build the next chapter.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heredia.
Thank you, Jeremy, for coming tonight. I know you weren't in the room, but earlier we had a guy where money was his jam, and now you've got bread and butter. I love it. I love it. Okay.
With our powers combined.
Sorry. If you're selected to be on this committee, what would you do to ensure that there's good transparency and accountability on the city to be sure that the Measure T funds are being spent accordingly?
Yeah, so Measure T is more than just that one paragraph that we saw on the ballot. It's actually like many pages that are very specific about what this measure will do. So to me, that's kind of like the Bible that we should be using to cross-reference what's happening, and that's what we look to in terms of accountability. That's what we are accountable to, is what the voters voted in support of. I think accountability also means looking at what the city has been spending its money on and making sure that going forward, those expenditures are higher than they were before. I don't think anyone wants to see an existing expenditure just be replaced by this new funding with no real change, no real impact. And then the other piece is transparency. Transparency is a really important part of accountability, and that's where, going back to my background in journalism and in communication that I use in my job today, being able to tell a story to the community. It's not just, I think the committee members, their job is not just to come to this quarterly meeting and look at some papers and talk to each other. Their job is to go out to the community and say, here's what we're seeing, here's where the opportunities are, here's where the challenges are. So I think it's important that the members of this committee have that ability and are able to convey that transparency. I know the city has a communications person. I don't think they have the bandwidth to do everything that we want them to do. So that's part of why we have this citizens group supporting it.
Great answer, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi, thanks for applying. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with our yearly budget process.
Well, my understanding of the budget process, I don't know if it's working anymore. My understanding of the budget process is it basically starts.
Just 1 second, we'll get you a new battery.
So my understanding of the budget process is that it starts with the city staff, where they say, here's how much we spent last year, here's how much we think we're gonna have to spend next year. And then it comes to the city council with a goal setting session. So I think that the most important role for the committee is to feed into that goal setting session, looking into the past year's expenditures, whatever reports the community is receiving, and being able to say, hey, you know, the voters said that they wanted roads and infrastructure funding to go up, or they said they wanted homelessness services to be funded at a higher level than they are now. Let's make sure that that's part of the goal setting session. And then going back to that transparency conversation, having transparency, I think, kind of goes both ways, not only from the city to the community, but the committee members serving as a channel for ideas and new things that may not have been written in the measure itself, but new ideas that have come up. So it's accountability, I think, to the city council from the committee members.
Excellent. And if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And I just want to say also, I take it very seriously that this is a city of 27,000 people, and being on a committee means that you're representing all those people. So you're not just letting yourself down if you're missing a meeting or you're showing up late. You're letting down that whole community. So I think that's really important. And to the second part of the question, which is committee process, I think that is that's all about being able to work together, being able to develop a work plan, being able to come prepared, do your homework, and do your follow-up, and all of that. So that's
Excellent. And are you interested in the 2-year or 4-year track?
I'm open to either.
Okay, perfect. All right, you have 1 minute for your closing statement.
All right. Well, I think I just want to say how inspired I am by the group of people that applied for this. I haven't obviously gotten to hear a lot of what they said tonight, but I got to read the applications, and I just think it's really encouraging that in a city that is so small, we have so many people who are so talented and who actually care. And so even if I'm not selected, I think that this committee and the city will be in good hands with whoever it is. I just want to focus on that. I think there's so much division and some really ugly conversations that happen sometimes in this community. And the reality is that we have some really dedicated and passionate and qualified people, and that's what it's going to take to get to where we want to be as a community.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next we have Karina Kravalis. Kravalis. Good evening. We'll give you 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for considering me for this position. I'm very honored to be here and present myself. My name is Karina Kravalis, and I am a resident of Lemon Grove. I've been here for 9 years, and I also am a business owner. I own 2 businesses in Lemon Grove. Very fortunate, they're thriving, they're successful. I care about this community very much, so this is the reason that I decided to apply for this position. Again, I'm very invested in this community. I have gone, the past 9 years by running businesses here. I've been through thick and thin, survived through COVID, got creative, managed to stay in business, manage my finances. I think I can contribute to this committee by being very well versed on how to read financials, how to budget things, how to look at things in a different way as a business owner. I personally voted report, Measure T, so I'm excited that it passed. I'm also excited that I'm able to contribute financially with my businesses towards Measure T, so I would like to see this money spent in a good way to help our community. I want this community to thrive, again, because I live here, I just had a baby here, I would love to have her be raised in a nice neighborhood. I would like to see more business coming to my business, but also other businesses that are trying to stay alive here, businesses trying to open here, having enough customers, bringing enough revenue to the city. I want to see nice infrastructure. I would love to see more people buying houses here because how wonderful Lemon Grove is. Tell me what you want to find out more about.
All right, that's where we're going next. We have the question section, and we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Ina, thank you for applying and for coming tonight. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove is facing?
Top 3, okay, so I think very important thing in Lemon Grove is safety. I would love to see more maybe presence of, police addressing issues. I would love to see more safety, road safety, fixing our roads, addressing, people who break the rules, driving down the streets. Also, I would love to, as a business owner on Broadway, I would love to see, this is the issue that a lot of businesses do not survive here. So I would love to help them, with anything that I can, by advising, the council to bring businesses here, help them bringing more customers, and I think that is tightly connected. The third issue, make sure the city looks nice, make sure the city is enticing, community services, things for people to do to bring more revenue here.
Councilmember Fayad.
Hi, Karina. Let's see, my question for you is, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
I think this is a good thing to have people, especially working together, that have difference of opinions. Otherwise, everything would be very one-sided, right? If everybody agrees on everything, there's no discussion, so the group is not growing, and things sometimes can't be solved because everybody's in one corner. But when there's difference of opinion, we can, see each other's perspective, respectfully listen to each other, and come to some common ground, and make sure that everybody's accounted into a final decision.
Thank you.
Councilmember Berdia.
Thank you, Karina. Can you say your last name again?
Gravelis.
I think you were right.
But it's always butchered, so I'm not.
I was wrong. Okay, anyways, thank you for correcting us. If you were selected to this committee, what would you do to make sure that there's good accountability and transparency for the city in using these funds for Measure T correctly?
Well, I understand that Measure T funds are supposed to be spent on certain things only, and there's other things, the other budget money needs to be used for. So I would like to see Measure T funds to be spent on what was promised they'll be spent on, and I think there should be some kind of a, maybe, log for it, money coming in, and then money coming out, and what they were spent on. If there's money left over, make sure they're still there, and they're not going somewhere else, and then the next round of monies come in, we can allocate them. But it would be great if it would be a public information, for the citizens to see, because they so passionately voted for this measure. So wouldn't it be nice for them to see what they voted for?
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with our yearly budget process.
Well, maybe, Oversight Committee, some of us have a little bit, I'm talking about myself, being in business, being in a business district, maybe some things that you might be not aware about, the struggles, the needs. I would hope that that would be something that you can listen to, and maybe different suggestions that we have. And if there's some things that you might consider is needed to spend on, maybe we can bring other insight and open up your eyes to some other issues that are more important at this moment to spend money on.
If you're appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process?
I absolutely am committed. I'm hoping they're not going to be on Friday late nights or Saturday late nights. That's when I have to be at the restaurant, you know, but otherwise I'm available and committed.
Oh, wonderful. And are you interested, there's two different tracks. One is for a 2-year track and then the other is for a 4-year track. Do you have a preference?
There's no preference for me. I'm going to be in Lunenburg for a very long time, so whatever is needed.
Excellent. All right, you have 1 minute to do your closing statement.
So, I think I've said a lot. I would love to help the neighborhood with anything I can. I'm available, I'm passionate, I'm invested here. I would love to help, so if I can be of the service, I know.
All right, thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Karina. All right, next we have Jasmine Mendoza. Good evening. We have the microphone there for you. Yeah, and it's not very sensitive, so you have to hold it right up to your mouth so we can hear you. And then you'll have 2 minutes for your opening statement. Thank you.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Snow, Council. I want to tell you a little bit about myself, okay? I grew up in Lemon Grove, been here about 25 years. Oh, about 25 years, oh, there I am. And, my father had his business here in Lemon Grove as well, right behind Home Depot. My grandparents built their home here in Lemon Grove Way, where that tragic incident happened. Still a family home there. So my roots are deep here in Lemon Grove. I have 2 children too who I've raised also here in Lemon Grove. I made a commitment to my dad, who passed away New Year's Eve, 2024. That I would be more involved in my community. Something that he would always tell me, if you want to see a change, you need to be more involved. And that's what I'm doing. I try to be local, I try to attend groups and meetings, and so that's what I'm doing. Thank you for considering me to be a part of the financial committee. There's a lot of qualified people who applied. And while I may not have a formal background in finances, I believe that I do have a unique set of skills that could help this committee. I'm motivated to learn, and I can quickly get up to speed with what's going on. In addition to that, I bring strong problem-solving mindset, whether that's identifying challenges or creative thinking out of the box to find solutions. I have always approached tasks with the mindset of overcoming obstacles and improving the outcome. But above all, I am committed to transparency and accountability to the taxpayers of Lemon Grove. I want to be responsible, if I am a part of this committee, ensuring that funds that are allocated are being used as stated by Measure T.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to our question portion. We'll start with Councilmember Yadira Altamirano.
Hi Jasmine, thank you for applying and for coming here tonight. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove is facing?
public safety, economic development, and our infrastructure, which we're starting to work on. Our roads are being fixed. Thank you.
Councilmember Fayad?
Hi, Jasmine. Question for you. How do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
I try to listen openly. I don't want to try to win an argument. I want to listen openly, hear their opinions, and find a middle ground.
Councilmember Heredia?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Yasmin, for coming today. I didn't know you spell your name like that. I was really touched by your story about your father, and thank you for sharing that. It's important. As, if you are selected to this committee, I've been saying committee all night, I don't even know what's on the word, okay, I'm sorry. If you are selected to be on this committee, what will you do to ensure that the city is being held accountable, fiscally responsible, and that the transparency is up to snuff with these funds?
Well, you said it, transparency.
Right, okay.
Transparency is key to ensuring that the citizens of Lemon Grove feel that the funds are being used appropriately.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with each year's budget process.
I believe that those funds are going to be greatly helpful to your budget. Absolutely, without no question asked. It's going to bring tremendous help to areas that we need desperate help in, especially our downtown district that needs dire help to bring in more people, to bring foot traffic in.
If appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process?
I am willing to honor that, and I am able to commit to 2 years.
Okay, wonderful. That was the next question.
Yep.
Do you have a preference for the 2 years?
They asked me in there, yes.
Okay, good, good, good. All right, well, you'll have 1 minute to do a closing statement.
Closing statement. My goal in this position is to ensure that trust is being built in our community, transparency is being built in our community. I think that that is something that we're greatly lacking right now, and that if we could bring that to our community, trust, I think that Lemon Grove has a bright future. I think we could work together and we could make things happen. So that's my closing statement.
Thank you so very much. We'll give a moment to the city manager.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I've been notified that we're slightly ahead of schedule, so if you want to take a little bio break, that is up to the mayor whether she wants to call one. There's a little bit of time before our 8:30 appointment is ready to show up.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break then? Okay, wonderful.
Yes, you did fantastic. Yeah.
Hey, nice to see you. It's also good, and you know what? I did too. My husband, I told her, like I came home one time, I told her, and I came home and we had a hug. Yeah, and so we had a hug. And so my husband, for our anniversary, actually went to her, found out what it was, and even my excuse me, not excuse me. Yeah. So actually, I don't think he's ever been to a national opera. He doesn't shop. It was amazing. Yeah, I love it. That's right. Good story. It was great. Yeah. Yeah, you did great. I know. Oh, that's this is Christmas. But it can't be fixed. It can't be. It's as she comes in. I think so.
So anybody who's a good writer,
That's an automatic thing. It's built into.
It shuts down the conversation. My daughter's Michaela, and then 40.
Okay. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Hello. The first week we were. No, I'm not. We were.
I
Anything new is such
So that's okay, she's trying to find out.
Some people like it always over the same.
While you're walking,
Once you've been in a long, like you recycle way back here, kind of retro, vintage.
So your wife is a singer?
Yes. Oh, yes. Not supply lines. Today, that Denny's.
Alright, I gotta go.
I feel like that is because people that you stay for the day after, and that's not good. The only way for it to work is doing it ongoing. I mean, I'm not either. You know, my rental car, when I go visit my family, our rental car is starting out.
Yeah, not an
What? Yeah, I know. I got phone call and I was like, you cannot buy this again. He was like, oh, I didn't know.
exact experience. One place.
All right, I got
And some places are saying,
I know, I heard you say that. We are, I think we're just, I feel like I have to go back, I know, I'm sorry, I gotta go because, oh yeah, I did. It's
do you ever feel
I know, I don't know. My poor kids.
Some of it's just evolved, you know.
ahead and go back on the record. We are running ahead of Miracle of all miracles. So now some of the applicants aren't here because they'll be coming for their allotted time slot. There was one person who was unable to attend tonight, but he still wanted to be considered, and that's Larry Crano. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention that that's happening. And then I also wanted to explain. We, here at the dais, we have all the applicants' names. And because we have such a significant number of people in the pool to select from, what we'll do is go through a culling process. So we're not taking a vote right now, but it's really for us to kind of indicate which ones are on the top for us, so we can start whittling it down. And at the at the beginning of the meeting, the city manager had talked about the option for the council to consider whether we would have a 5-member committee or a 7-member committee. And the 7-member would be an option available to us, but we would have to do that on a separate motion to increase it from the amount that we had originally allocated. So that's something that we can consider as well when we get to that opportunity and start after the deliberations. So now I guess we just hang out until then.
Can we discuss having a 7-member committee?
As Deputy City Attorney, are we allowed to consider at this moment a motion to go ahead and move it from 5 to 7? Or do we have to wait until we've heard all the interviews?
It would be more prudent to wait until you're actually deliberating in the course of the procedures. There will also be an opportunity for public comment, and that may be a time that the public may want to comment on that issue before you have an opportunity to deliberate.
Okay, thank you. We're just in a holding pattern.
I can give jokes.
Talk
Oh.
Never mind, talk among yourselves.
I think Jessica's ordered a pizza.
No.
Get all anxious.
Take a deep breath.
We ran in.
Good evening. And so what we'll do is give you 2 minutes for your opportunity to give your opening statement, and then we will move to questions after that, and at the end you'll have 1 minute for a closing statement. The floor is all yours.
So, boy, I'm really not ready. Anyway, good evening, members of the city council, city manager, city staff, and audience. I am Nola Clark Manson. I'm here to remind myself and you about the mission I had stated several times. Most recently in the interview at the city council opening. My vision has been to increase the breadth of representation in the decision makers and influencers of our city. 21 people submitted applications with, I'm assuming 15 or so, maybe 16 or 17, are going to be present today. There are names that I've never heard of, faces I don't know, among those that I do. We have increased the breadth of possible committee members. You have been successful, yay for you. Therefore, I intend to follow the mission I just spoke of and remove myself from the list. If the people selected don't understand the budgets, process, or anything needed to function as an effective committee, it can be taught. I believe that it's the city's responsibility to teach them. what can't be taught is the representation. The combination of people who are here and who will work for our city. I will not abdicate my responsibility. I'll attend the meetings, ask questions, make comments, just as I do here when I see the need, and I expect the rest of our community to do so. I understand that people have wanted me to be on this committee, but I cannot support my participation when there are so many new voices to be heard. It would be easier if there were no need to train members, but that's our responsibility when we live in a community where we want all of us to grow and improve together. And I'm gonna finish my last sentence, because you're not gonna ask me any questions. Having people you haven't heard from represent our community and makes us all better. We need new voices here. I hope you will make that happen. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Manola.
Rodriguez is not here yet. Mr. Soto's on his way.
Wonderful, nice to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll have 2 minutes for an opening statement, we'll move to questions, and then you'll have an opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Very good. Greetings, Mayor.
And you want to use the mic and speak directly into the mic.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Ralph Soto, a 35-year resident of Lemon Grove. I work for several Navy headquarters commands. Commander U.S. Pacific Fleet, United States Fleet Forces, that's everything but ships and airplanes. Naval Installation Command, that is all the land and buildings and staff. I conducted manpower studies, collected data to right-size commands to accomplish their mission functions and tasks, which is comparable to the Lemon Grove general plan. I determined by their workload, the number of people needed, pay grade, skills, military, and contractors for budgeting in the future. I work with base captains, enlisted officers, and contractors, providing briefs, debriefs, and reports. I like to think I have a technical mind to assist the council in determining the biggest bang for the buck with this extra revenue Lemon Grove is going to receive. I realize there are limits with city, state regulations and how the funds are used. I have no predetermined agenda about how this money should be spent. I assume the city staff has a list for us to consider projects, and if not, a good starting point would be the City of Lemon Grove's 2023 General Plan Annual Progress Report, which lists many things to be accomplished. I look forward to working on this committee. I understand that positions may be for 2 years. I would consider accepting that also. Thank you.
Appreciate it, nice and welcome. We'll go next to the round of questioning, and we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you for applying and being here tonight.
This is Mr. Soto.
I'm sorry.
Just make sure I get the right vote.
Yeah. Thank you, yes, appreciate that. In your opinion, what do you perceive as a top?
Councilman, is your mic on?
Say so.
It is.
Yeah, okay. In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns Lemon Grove faces?
Well, as I reviewed the general plan, I saw that the city can spend money on streets, sidewalks, storm drains, parks, facilities, fire, paramedics, police, traffic regulation, and homeless, trash, and the graffiti removal. My top 3 would be, as everybody says, streets, because that's, depending on what street you drive down, some have more needs. Storm drains, because that was a big issue last year. Hopefully that will be looked at. And of course, homeless, and I think something could be done with homeless that could also affect the trash issues too that are happening in the city. So that would be my 3.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fayad?
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Thank you for being here. Question for you, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
That's happened to me many times, as, when I worked for the Navy, as a management analyst, I think we probably reviewed 80 to 90 different commands. And so I'm going in there and saying, you get this many people, you get this skill to do your workload. And oftentimes there will be pushback of, well, I need this, I need that. So that's a matter of collecting data, analyzing, presenting my view to the command or to the city council where I think money should be spent, listening for that response back, reassessing what's going on, and then presenting a viewpoint, hopefully get the majority of the members to vote or negotiate a middle ground and present that up to management and make a final decision.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Heredia?
Hello, Mr. Soto, thank you for coming tonight. Let's see, I got some paper. Hopefully I can. Okay, so if you were selected to this committee, what would you do to make sure that there is transparency and accountability for the city in the spending of these Measure T funds?
Well, I think the accountability goes to that, some of these meetings will be public, and we would present, as a committee, our recommendations, which would be presented and recorded, and then, that would be for public purview, and eventually, where these funds would be spent would provide, transparency. And I think that's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Hi. Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with each year's budget process.
Well, I think as a committee looks at the different projects, or comes up with projects even, we can rank them, cost them out, and then research and cost them out and present that information. So that would help you in the, if there's money to be spent in the current budget, a little latitude, and that would help for planning for the next year's budget. And then again, reassess, I guess each quarter, each year, and to assist, provide assistance.
If appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process?
Yes, I am retired, so my time is fairly available. Again, with my military Navy background as a civilian, it's all about following the guidelines, recommendations, and rule books and manuals to implement changes in manpower structures of different commands. And so I think that's the same thing here. We can't just go spending money on giving businesses buckets of paint to make it look better, but maybe. They actually did that about 25, 30 years ago. They had grants out to businesses and cities to make improvements in properties, but, that question.
Oh, can you attend the meetings, so?
Yes, I can attend meetings.
And then, and your preference is for the 2-year?
Yes, and I can serve longer.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you have 1 minute to do your closing statement.
I think I have a good analytical mind. I'm looking to assist the city with the biggest bang for the buck for the money, and provide some guidance. And I'm willing to talk to and canvass my neighbors to see what they think and get some ideas. And I've also done some training where we go to commands and say, hey, here's a different method of doing decision making. I think that can help with this process. That's all.
All right, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. And do we have Stephen Brown here?
He's on his way.
He's on his way.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We we are trying to get a hold of Mr. Flynn and Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Brown should be here shortly. We did send email confirmations, to all of the candidates. We did ask them to arrive a few minutes early, because I was afraid we were gonna be ahead of schedule. And so the two candidates that have not appeared yet, we still haven't been able to get a hold of, nor have we gotten correspondence on whether they are withdrawing from the candidacy. So if they do not show up, the city council can consider their application as written, and put them in the mix with the rest of the candidates.
So Luis Rodriguez withdrew his application.
Poor child, she heard everything growing up. Classical gospel world.
Yeah, well, you know that.
Oh, yeah. And we haven't got the
we will have Stephen Brown.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is Steve Brown, and I've been living in Lemon Grove basically since 1982. And I've raised my family here, live on Golden Avenue, had a business here for 40 years. And I am someone that has been involved in different committees. When we revitalized Lemon Grove in 2000, cleaned up Lemon Grove in 2000, I think it was 2 or 3, anti-graffiti in the early 1990s campaign, which we won an award from Washington, D.C. for doing so. And I was part of the street rehabilitation committee of 2009. And also planning commissioner from 2017 to 2021, I believe, for the years. I love Lemon Grove. My wife sometimes was a little challenging when I chose to purchase our home here in Lemon Grove. We looked many other places as well as Lemon Grove, but it just seemed that I always came back here to live here. A little bit about that you guys know, but we have an incredible city. And the things that I learned about our city and the value of our city is the redevelopment opportunities that we have. But most of all, what I learned when I was running for office in Lemon Grove in 2014 is our availability of parking and the availability of when we grow and bring new businesses in, we have parking for people to come and do. And I just think we have so much potential in the city, and I'm always a believer in going forward and thinking positive, because thinking negative doesn't get us anywhere. We can get there, we can think it, but let's get out of that mindset and go forward. So if I can be helpful on this oversight committee and my experience of a business for 40 years, running a corporation, handling payroll, taxes, things like that. I also work on a nonprofit and oversee from small scales of money of $2,000 to $5,000 to, if I do a trip to Europe, $500,000 that has to be funded in and funded out, do all of that, well worth it. But if any of that is helpful, then I'll be here to do so.
Wonderful. We'll start with questions from Councilmember Altamirano.
Hi, Steve.
How you doing?
Thank you for applying.
Councilman Yadira, I'm sorry. Councilwoman. Councilwoman, yes, Councilwoman, sorry.
In your opinion, what do you perceive as the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove faces?
I would believe safety is one of our #1 concerns here in the city. With what we've seen recently and what we've seen in the past, our safety. Our streets are a huge concern for people. And though I do not want one on my neighborhood, I would say sidewalks are a very huge concern in there. Sorry, I live on Golden Avenue, I think it's part of the charm.
Councilmember Faya.
Your street will be the first to get a sidewalk.
Yeah, I know. Jennifer Mendoza will be right behind you going, we need it in this beautiful street.
Just to let you know.
Actually, I'd like it gated, gated if that's okay. We'll bring all the value to Lemon Grove.
Oh, gosh. Steve, thank you for being here. Welcome.
You're welcome.
Let's see, how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
For those of you that don't know, when I'm running a business or running around, being here at city council meetings, I'm a youth director, and I work with junior high, high school, and young adults. And I work in a church environment, and not everyone is churchy or nice. And I believe the qualities I bring are listening. I always believe in listening and realizing even though the person opposite of me may be completely different in their viewpoint, whether it be politics, whether it be finances, or just the way that they want to run something. I have that gift of being able to listen, and then in my rationalizing thought process, realizing, okay, wait a minute, they just brought up a few good key points that I need to pay attention to because I'm only thinking my way. The other thing that I'll say, Councilman Vega, is that I'm one that, what I was saying earlier, it's like a funnel. Most people have a funnel and they look at the funnel downward. I always turn the funnel around and look at wide ways.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Heredia.
Together. All right. Thank you, Steve, for coming in tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yes,
Heredia.
thank you. If you're selected to this committee, what would you do to ensure that the city's fiscal accountability and transparency is up to snuff with the Measure T funds?
Fiscal responsibility, I think where I would be beneficial in that is with my experience of looking over spreadsheets and looking over the responsibility of being able to handle the cash flow and being able to plan projects, I'd be able to see, is that what we're using the money for? And then, hey, you know, this is what we said we were doing, this is what we're either not doing or should be doing on that. And could you repeat the second part of the question again?
It was the transparency.
Transparency. Well, I believe I'm a pretty transparent person, but I think that's important because on this measure, which the city needed, is very important. I voted for it, and believe me, I went back and forth on it, but all cities need the opportunity for new money, for new growth. But I think in this particular case, with us not getting it a few years ago and getting it now, I think the advantage of having a committee overseeing it will make people feel comfortable because we may come along down the road and say, hey, we've done well on this. Could we have another half cent, or could we do this, or could we do that in the future to even make maybe our Broadway better, or our projects that we need in the city better? Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Councilwoman Mendoza.
Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help us, the City Council, with each year's budget process.
Well, what I hope that it would help is, in reading it and in voting on it, it will allow the money that is, that we're overseeing be spent on those necessary projects, storm drains, 911, firemen, safety, sidewalks. So therefore, the other money that the city does have that's allocated for all the other responsibilities, whether it be streetlight repair, you know, maintenance of the parks, then that money is now being used for those purposes and not having to be stretched in the other 6 or 7 areas that Measure T is allocating money for. You're welcome.
If appointed to Measure T Oversight Committee, would you be able to commit to attend regularly the meetings and also to honor the committee process?
Yes. I would.
And we have a 2-year track and a 4-year track. Do you have a preference?
I'm open to either, whatever you guys find that would be best.
All right, you have 1 minute to do your closing statement.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for serving and for stepping up. It is not an easy responsibility, but we are a community and a city that I believe can thrive. And I believe we have a lot of winners up here. And I believe that one of the benefits that we've learned even to, I'd say, maybe a few rough years, is that the amount of people in the city that volunteer to make this city better, whether by cleaning it up or anti-graffiti. I mean, God bless Dave, my wall, he paints it all the time to keep it clean. And these are things that I think we see and we can realize that, hey, there's enough people in the city that care, you know, and want to make an improvement in the city.
All right, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Steve Flynn. Hi, good evening, Steve.
Good evening.
We have a microphone there, you have to talk right into it.
All right.
You have your 2 minutes for your opening statement.
All right, my name is Steve Flynn. I've been a Lemon Grove resident since March of 2022. I'm really happy to be here to be presenting in front of this group, so thank you. I will be fully transparent in that I'm a recent resident to Lemon Grove. So I know there's a lot of folks here who have been here a lot longer than I have. But just to tell you a little bit about myself, grew up moving around a lot, and I've set down roots here with my new wife here in Lemon Grove, and we plan to be here for a while. For the first 2 years, I'd say I was probably just kind of taking a back seat and being a passenger, but in the past year, I've joined the Revitalize Broadway movement, and I really enjoyed kind of rolling up my sleeves and getting involved with the community. So just to kind of reiterate what the mission of Revitalize Broadway is, it's to enhance economic opportunities, support local businesses, and foster community engagement. Our vision is a vibrant and safe Broadway where all citizens can connect, shop, dine, and play while enjoying the best planet on earth. So that's kind of how I've gotten started in becoming an active community member. I've also been participating in the farmers market for the past couple months as well. That's just kind of a passion project of mine. And my professional experience involves, for the past 8 years in the corporate world, I've been in a leadership position where I've certainly been responsible for overseeing budget planning and responsible spending. So I think that uniquely positions me, just from my background in having to either make tough decisions or to have to really scrutinize budgets, make sure that money is being well spent. So that's my professional background as well. So where do we have for 15 seconds?
All right, we'll start with the questions. We'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Hi Steve, thanks for applying and for interviewing today. My question is, in your opinion, what do you perceive are the top 3 most pressing concerns that Lemon Grove is facing?
Yeah, I think number 1 is homelessness. We definitely have a lot of homeless people here in our neighborhood, and I think as community members, it's our job to address the issue head on. That doesn't necessarily mean removing them entirely, but I would like to address that issue and figure out ways we can engage the community and our resources to address that issue. Number 2 is just our Broadway corridor. I think that's what got me started in community activities, is just, there's a lot of potential there. There's a lot of vacant businesses. I think there's a lot of opportunities for improvement just in the appearance. And number 3, I think, is just building a sense of community. There are a lot of groups that are doing great work here in Lemon Grove. But what I'd love to see is more of those siloed groups coming together and working together a little bit more uniformly.
Councilmember Fayai.
Shameless plug for you. Sourdough guy on Farmers Market.
I literally wrote down sourdough guy.
Sourdough Steve.
Don't try to steal my thunder. Man, come on. But thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So, question for you: how do you interact with someone when you have a difference of opinion on an important matter or topic?
Yeah, I think mutual respect is the most important thing when there's a difference of opinion. It might sound corny, but there's probably more that unites us than divides us. I guess Kennedy said that. Regardless, I think oftentimes people can get polarized and a little heated because of their passion, and it's important to hold on to that, but still to remove that when we're having a discussion over important stuff. And it's important to stick to the facts and never make it personal.
Thank you.
Councilmember Heredia.
Thank you, Steve, number 2.
I like it.
I want to be funny too, and he's always funnier. Just my best joke earlier was really good. Anyway, if you are selected to be on this committee, what would you do to ensure that the city's being held accountable for the transparency and the fiscal responsibility of spending the Measure T funds as expected?
Yeah, transparency is the currency of trust. That's a saying I've adopted, you know, in my professional life. I think, you know, just there's sometimes a misconception between micromanaging and just holding people accountable. So that's a two-way street. That means I'm accountable to you and you're accountable to me. And the fact that we're maybe asking questions or digging deeper and trying to get to the, you know, it's never with the intention of micromanaging or second guessing anyone. It's just because we hold each other accountable.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you.
You?
Please describe how the Measure T Oversight Committee can help the council with our yearly budget process.
That's a great question. I don't have a good answer for that right now. Sorry.
You'll work with us, right?
Correct. Yeah. And we'll start there. Yeah.
Just say that.
Yeah. What I'll say is if I don't know the answer to something, I'm never afraid to be the person who says I don't know. But I can get you an answer or I can learn more.
And are you available, if appointed to the Measure T Oversight Committee, are you able to commit to attend the regular meetings and honor the committee process?
Yeah, it's 4 per year. 4, yeah, yes.
Yeah. And we have a 2-year track and a 4-year track. Do you have a preference for which you would like to do?
Like I said, my wife and I have set down roots here in Lemon Grove, so definitely open to the 4-year track, but I definitely don't want to overcommit as well. So I'd say open-ended right now, depending on what it is.
Excellent. So you have 1 minute to do a closing statement.
All right, perfect. Thank you everyone for allowing me to come here. Kind of like I said, I'm acknowledging the fact that I'm a very recent Lemon Grove resident. There's certainly people who have been here a lot longer than I have. But I moved around a lot in my younger years, and we picked Lemon Grove for a reason, and it's a small enough community where we have that small town feel, and there's a lot of potential here. And kind of like I said, you know, I think for our first 2 years, we were just kind of passengers, but I'd really like to roll up my sleeves and get involved more so in the community. I realize I've just started here with the Revitalize Broadway project, but with my 8 years of leadership experience and financial planning within my professional life, I think a lot of those skills transition over to this type of role. I've always excelled at being able to maximize budgets and scrutinize spending whenever possible. So that's why I think I can bring to the table.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the last of our speakers. Now, do we have any, City Clerk, do you have any speakers lists for this item?
Mayor Snow, we have no speaker slips for this item. Just for the record, the city clerk's office did receive one written piece of communication for item number 1. Copies of those have been distributed to all members on the dais and are available at the public review table.
Thank you. So the public comment portion of the portion of this agenda item is closed. And now we'll move to city council deliberations and voting. So it's a good opportunity to talk about which ones that you feel strongly about. And I will start with Councilmember Altamirano.
I am very impressed by the amount of talent that our city has and that has shown an interest in this position. I will say that I'm sad that Manola withdrew her application because I was looking forward to her interview and felt like she was a very potential candidate. So, it's gonna be a hard one for me, because right now I have like 18 people that I like. I'm not sure if I need to mention my top names or, you know, how I feel about the 7. It's something that I definitely would be for because, we have the potential, we have the talent, and I think it's gonna be needed.
Councilmember Fayad.
I'd like to also say, thank you to Manola. You handled that very gracefully, and you handled it with class, and just want to thank you for that. I agree with Councilmember Yadira. I'm going to say her last name's too hard.
I got it down.
Altamirano, whatever, again, I think many of you shared that you overlooked, like you looked through the packets of the other applicants, and I think many of you shared the same sentiment as far as like, there's so much talent in this city, and this is just, and we haven't even scratched the surface of how many others who are so talented and just, didn't come out. But so grateful that we went from having 1 or 2 to having 22 or whatever the final count was. So I'm excited. Obviously it's not easy, but I don't know how we do this, but I like, with us having so much talent and so many people interviewing so well tonight, I don't know how we do it. Tim, if you can make a motion now to go from 5 to 7, I'd like to make that motion.
Now would be the appropriate time to discuss and vote.
I think we have a second from all.
I would like to second that motion.
I'm gonna third it.
Before we vote, I just wanted to make a comment on that, or I have a question. I remember with the school district had a school bond, oversight committee not too long ago. And I can't remember how many members they had. I think they had 5 members. But I remember one of the, members of that committee saying that there were some people on the committee who never came to the meetings and or hardly ever came to the meetings. So that's why I like the idea of expanding to 7. But I'm wondering too, if we might want to have a slot for an alternate so that if someone for some reason drops off the committee, they move, or the other committee members just, say this person's not coming, that you don't have to go through this process again of appointing someone. I don't even know if this is possible, but if we could have, in addition to expanding, which I think is a good idea because of people's schedules and things, or maybe having 7 instead of 5 is gonna take care of the problem. So I'm just throwing that out there, and I'm willing to listen to my other council members' ideas and opinions on that. And I don't know if you need a legal opinion on that or not.
Madam Mayor, if I may, this council can do anything that they want. So you certainly could add an alternate member. That alternate member can come to the meetings, participate. We've done that before with the CAC and an alternate member. And sometimes when we needed a quorum, that alternate member was there to help us complete the quorum. So it would be good to have maybe 1 alternate or 2 alternates, but any more than that will make the committee too unwieldy. Alternates, unless they are sitting at the dais and needed for the quorum, they wouldn't have a voting stake in whatever decision they make moving forward to the city council. However, I can tell you that I can work with staff to make sure that they have a participatory voice in the process. So although they won't be an official member with no voting, they can still participate in the process. Again, all of these meetings will be open to the public. These meetings will be agendized. We will follow the spirit of the Brown Act. And so even members of the public that want to attend can attend and have their voice heard on the items that Measure T will eventually fund.
Councilmember Heredia, did you have any additional comments on that?
I did have a question. If there were to come a point where, let's say somebody selected, they said they wanted to be on a 4-year, and then something happened, they couldn't serve the whole 4, or somebody has a death in the family, heaven forbid, and they have to drop out of the committee, what is the process to replace the people?
So that's what your alternates are for. So your alternates will then be elevated to the permanent seat.
Okay.
So if, and for example, if you choose to have 2 alternates, there'll be the first alternate and then the second alternate, like they have in Sanday. And let's just say one of the permanent members, for whatever reason, decided that they just can't attend these meetings, the first alternate will then take that seat. And then if another member for some reason has to drop out, then another member will take the seat. And we can also commit to the city council, because you do get the minutes from the planning commission, so you have an idea who is attending the meetings and who is not. But we can give a quarterly report to the city council of who attended the meetings, so they know that there is an attendance and people are honoring the commitment that they verbally said to you today.
And do they get, any kind of verbal warnings or anything? Is there a process to remove them if they don't?
We can cross that bridge if we need to, but normally staff has a conversation to say, hey, is there something going on? Missed you at these meetings, why haven't you been here? And we can communicate that back to the city council.
Okay, perfect, thank you so much. I know what to do.
Councilmember Altamirano, did you have any questions on, or clarifications you wanted on just the number and whether or not we wanted alternates?
I like 5 because I thought, it's a good number. I do realize that sometimes people do fall off the committees, and I thought 7 was good. In case somebody did fall off, we still have enough people to participate. I'm afraid 9, I'm sorry, so it would be 7 and the 2 alternates. The 2 alternates, I'm okay with 7, maybe 1 more alternate. I'm just thinking it's too many people already involved in the conversation, when it comes to those meetings, potentially 9 people. I'm good with 7.
Okay. And Councilmember Faye, did you have any other further thoughts?
I don't, I do think, life happens for everybody, so I think, again, like I said, I'd like to go from 5 to 7, but I do think an alternate is important, just because life happens and not everybody can make it, so, and it's 4 times a year, where planning for 4 times a year is a lot harder to plan than weekly, than all the time. So, and so, all that to say is I would like to go 7 with an alternate.
Okay. Do you want to amend your motion? The current motion is just for 7.
Yes, so I would like to motion for, that we go 7 and with an alternate. Is that good?
And if you're good, did you want to second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
One alternate.
Okay. Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
The motion was made by Councilmember Faye with a second by Councilmember Altamirano to expand the Measure T Oversight Committee from 5 to 7 members and include 1 alternate committee member. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Altamirano.
Aye.
Councilmember Faye.
Aye.
Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
Mayor Snow, the motion passes on a vote of 5 to 0.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna continue with the deliberation on the Councilmember Heredia, did you have comments at this time?
Let's keep this part. It's not working. Right now. Okay. This is gonna be really hard. I mean, everybody is exceptional, honestly. There was not one person that came out here today that didn't impress me. So, that being said, it's gonna be tough to narrow it down. I'm gonna struggle. But I will say that I feel there was only one Lemon Grove business owner here that also is a resident, Karina, so I'm definitely, moving toward that. That are business owners in Lemon Grove. I could be wrong. That's the only one I knew was a business owner in Lemon Grove. I'm sorry, I have to make it more specific. Okay, so that was important to me because she's both a homeowner and a resident. I liked that. Some of the people that came, like Jason Sundberg, he's been passionate and I've seen him in the community doing things. I'm really appreciative of him coming tonight. There were some people I didn't know coming into this that I really appreciated as well, like Gabriel Almeida, I think is how you said it. Jeremy Ogle, I've seen you online, but I've never met you before in person, I don't think, and I really appreciated your interview today as well. The sourdough guy, come on. I was also bummed about Manola Clark, but I will say I love what you said, Manola, and that we do have a lot of new faces and new voices in this room. And some of them have become more vocal in the last election cycle or even the last 2 years. So I'm really excited to get some of those voices to have roles. I know too, working with the CAC, and Jay and Aaron are excellent people. I do want to try to put people in roles that haven't had an opportunity to be in a role yet, though. That's one of the things that I'm going to weigh heavily on. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
I'm just gonna, say, so there were a couple things. I kind of rated everybody as we went along. I do wanna say just a blanket thank you. Last week we thought there were 2 people that applied and then all these people came out and applied. And I think you're all just awesome and I really appreciate you being here. So some of the things that were important to me, for each applicant is of course, their experience, education experience with the subject matter. So that was one area that I kind of rated people 1 to 5 in, do you have experience with budgets, education, and finance? And then community involvement is really important. And the reason that it's so important in this area is because I feel that whoever we're picking to be on this community, or this committee, on this committee, you are going to be the representatives of your community, just like we are. And so the more people you know and the more involved you are in the community. And unfortunately, there are some people who applied who are just starting to get involved in the community. And I don't want to discourage them by any means. Please keep staying involved. So community involvement in this is very important. Also, longtime resident, because some of us, I lived in Lemon Grove in 1974. I grew up just on the other side of the 94, went to Helix High School. I remember what Lemon Grove was like as well, and a lot of things have changed over the years, but I I think having a history here in Lemon Grove is important, and I gave points to that as well. Also, you know, I'm a glass half full kind of person, and, you know, my glass is still half empty, but I like to see it as half full. So we have to look at the negative, but we also need to look at the positive. And so I think that approaching this positively is very important as well. So, that being said, I'm ready to, my list of people that I would like to see on this committee.
All right, so we have the list here. So, do we wanna try and whittle it down to our, top 10 favorites this first go round? Or do you wanna start with top 7 or top 8? Anybody have a preference?
I don't know what's going on.
Councilmember Murray?
I thought we were doing like we did last time, where we just put our things in, and like, after deliberating, are we just picking our top 8 and turning it in?
Yeah, so we can do either 8 or we can do 10.
Oh, okay.
Just to like.
Give extras.
Yeah, give extras, we have quite a few people.
Okay.
And so I was thinking maybe the top 10.
Okay, are we deliberating that though, or are we just putting it on our paper?
So what we can do is, get it down to our top 10 and then start deliberating more on that too, after we get it kind of, see who's in that top 10.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so we'll do that now.
I will be putting them in alpha order as it appears on it, so.
Okay.
And that's okay, no, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that no one gets offended.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. So we have 7 interviewees that have 4 or more votes. So the first vote is their name, and then the checks were other members voting for it. So 4 votes, 4 votes. Mr. Sundberg has 4 votes. Mr. Bass has 4 votes. Karina has 4 votes. I'm not even gonna attempt your last name. Mr. Brown has 4 votes. Mr. Flynn has 4 votes. And so those are your 7 who received 4 votes of the 5 city council members. So again, Mr. Prats, Ms. Gastelum, Mr. Sundberg, Mr. Bass, Karina, Mr. Brown, Mr. Flynn. So individuals receiving 3 votes. Ms. Clabby, Mr. Honstein, Mr. Johnston, Mr. Almeida, Ms. Mendoza. Now the Ms. Mendoza check is on one of the sheets. They had it marked off as the alternate. So I put her down, but with the check mark saying alternate, and to be considered for the alternate. The rest of them either got 2 votes or 1 vote. So I would recommend that the city council discuss those members that have 4 or more votes and 3 or more votes as your sort of top tier to pull it down further to the top 9. I'll start with Mr. Prats, 4 votes. Ms. Gastelum, 4 votes. That's what you gotta send your sheets, you can add one on your sheet, 4 votes. Ms. Clabby, 3 votes. Mr. Housestein, 3 votes. Mr. Sundberg, 4 votes. Mr. Bass, 4 votes. Karina, 4 votes. Mr. Brown, 4 votes. Mr. Flynn, 4 votes. Mr. Johnston, 3 votes. Mr. Almeida, 3 votes. And Ms. Jasmine, 3 votes, I would say 2.5 because someone just said alternate and not the full vote. So that is your list of top candidates. I think that's 10 candidates. So there's 12 total candidates, so if the council then can call that down to the top 9, so, and then determine who would be the alternate of that top 9. 9 plus 1, which is 10.
I need to write this down. Sorry, I need the front sheet. My brain's not working out.
We have Donna Clabby, Ian Johnston, and Eric Houndston.
Gabriel Almeida, and Jasmine Mendoza.
Then we're voting again, right?
Yes. So we'll do another culling. So we're not at the voting stage yet. So we'll go through another culling. Is there anybody at this point, any of the council members who want to discuss any of these candidates, at this stage? Councilmember Altamirano, do you have any deliberation on this point?
I feel like, Mr. Aaron Prats, has been a long time member. I feel like he has the experience. Same thing with Karina, business owner, very, versed in finances, also longtime resident here. Mr. Brown, Steve Brown, longtime resident, community member. I feel like the ones that got 4 should automatically just go on, and then we focus on the 3. That's just a suggestion, so that we can narrow it down.
Okay. Councilmember Clay, do you have any comments on the remaining ones?
I don't, I'm in agreement that we should, I mean, there, you know, we have 7 that got 4s, and then, we have a handful of 3s, that we could possibly look at as the alternates, but, yeah, but I again, I think everybody who interviewed tonight was spectacular, and I'm just excited for the talent that we have here. But I don't have anything further. I'm just, for me, I'm just interested in picking a alternate.
And Councilmember Heredia, did you have a comment?
Yeah. Yes, I think that the people with the 4 should automatically be the 7, and then we should take Donna, Ian, Eric, Gabriel, and Jasmine, which are the 3s, and I would assume we either vote for 1 each, or we vote for 2 each, and take the top getter. But I would do.
Councilmember Mendoza, or Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Yeah, I think, you know, the only, I think that's fine. I picked, Eric, and I don't know how else to say his last name either. Just as one of my top choices, but we could consider him as, actually Eric and, Donna were, two people who got a lot of points in my book for different reasons. Eric's much newer to town, but he's definitely somebody who's thrown himself into the ring. And then, I liked, you know, Donna's been involved in this community, longer than, most people in this room have been alive. And I just appreciate everything that she's done, and I just thought she would bring a really good, historical perspective to the committee. I wanted to see a good mix of new people to the community. I too think it's important to have someone like Karina, who is both a resident and a business owner, involved. She brings both those perspectives. But I would support, these top 7 because they're people that the overwhelming majority of the council here can agree on.
For my comments, one of the things that I'm concerned about is at the meeting when we were deciding how we would rate people and figure things out, we had set forth kind of a rubric of the categories of people that we were trying to place there. And in that rubric, I think we've met and exceeded the business quotient and the business representation sector. We don't have anyone really who represents labor, staff, the perspective of the people who work day to day. And I think that that's one of these things that in this bucket that I didn't see. So, I'd like us to take a look at that and think about, making sure we have a good broad perspective of who we're putting on there. I mean, these are fantastic choices, and trying to pick out which one I wouldn't want from this group was very difficult. But I think we're missing that perspective. I wrote down some of them, but I didn't write down all of them. I know we wanted one bucket was a Lemon Grove resident, Lemon Grove business, someone with an accountant finance background, and then someone from labor. That was my recollection what the 4 categories were. Anybody else want to comment on that?
I do.
Yeah.
I thought we got rid of all of that. I thought we said we wanted to vote on people based off of merit.
So
Like, I didn't.
we were gonna use a rubric to evaluate the merit.
Okay, so when you say staff and union, or labor, what do you mean, I guess? I don't know what.
Somebody who represents that perspective. So we were very heavy on business owners, and we're very light on people who work in the trenches day to day. And like Gregory Woods was the president of the Municipal Employees Association, and he has a lot of perspective about what it is and like the staffing needs. And quite frankly, like when people come to me with problems in the community, one of the issues is it takes a long time to get a permit in the city. Part of that problem is because we don't have the right staffing levels. And so we really need somebody who's focused on bringing the voice of what it takes to be a staffer or to be a laborer in the business of the city. And I think we need that perspective. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, I included Greg Woods in my 10 as well, and he got, like, he was probably my number 2 person, because of his experience, his length of time in the community, and his involvement in the community. So I don't wanna give up on him, but I would definitely advocate for him as well.
One other thing I wanted to point out, when we did the Measure T sales tax initiative, the co-chairs of the initiative were Manola Clark Manson and Gregory Woods. So he has been an integral in getting this thing passed in our community and is very knowledgeable about what exactly it was. He was in those meetings where we reviewed the polls and the surveys. And so I also wanted to make note of that in case anybody on here wasn't aware that he was one of the co-chairs. Councilmember Altamirano?
I voted for Ms. Mendoza because she, is, you know, in the healthcare, industry. She's not a business owner, she does represent our community. And so I feel like, you know, she's somebody that I would want to see there because she represents that sector of, residents that need representation.
Anyone else have comments? So I'm not keen on doing just the top 7. What I'd like to do is maybe I think I know that some people got 4s, but if we rated them like 1 through 10 on what we wanted, I think we would come out with a different grouping, and maybe we would be able to try and figure out a way to have one of these ones, maybe Greg Woods, or not for nothing, but there was a question about people who the ability to get along, and I think there's some people who are better at that than others on getting along, and again, I have a difficult time with Jasmine Mendoza, I'm sorry, but it's been really rough on Facebook and stuff. And I think that, how you carry yourself in the world matters, and I think at these meetings, we're really trying to move forward as a city. And the ability to, hold yourself in a professional manner, is critical in accordance to this. And these are precious tax dollars, and it's really difficult for me to bring that up, but it is a reality. And so I have deep concerns about that. So anybody else want to say anything else on that? Yes, Jessica?
I would just say that if that were the case and we were gonna say that, I would say the same thing about Gregory Woods, and I'd say the same thing about Donna Clabby. So I don't think that that's a good way to frame your votes. I'm not changing my votes because I voted for people that I don't necessarily work well with or think that they're my first pick, but I voted for them because they were great. You know, like, they all have something to offer here. And I don't think that just because you don't like her online, that's not a good reason.
And to be clear, it's not because I don't like anyone, it's just because I'm looking for a world, in Lemon Grove where there is less contention and your voice well taken, that, other people might have issues with that same thing that I pointed out, the level of contention in the city as well, and so I appreciate that perspective too, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Altamirano.
If I may add, I feel that communication can improve in public forums, on every and which side, all the pages out there. I do feel that it is important for people to be able to express themselves freely. I think I would like to see us welcome that. We want their voices to be heard, whether it's a public forum or publicly here at the city council meetings. So I do want to encourage everybody speaking their feelings and how they feel. I feel like we want to change the atmosphere, we want to change the environment, we want to create bridges and not walls. And I feel that everybody should be free to express the way they feel anywhere at all times. And I would like us to, as a council, to be welcoming to that as well.
Councilmember Fire?
I remember when we, Jessica and myself, when we got inaugurated, that day, Donna Clabby said something, Mrs. Clabby said something so profound, and I put it on a sticky note, and it's in my office, and it's one thing that I look at every single time that I think about our city. And she said the words, enough of the us versus the them. And to me, that drives me to unite our city like no other time before. So why I say that is that I think it's important that we look at this as we're all a team. We all want to see our city move forward. We all want to do the things that are right for our city. And so, I think it's just, we have to look at it to where we need to get the right person, whether they fit the box that we're trying to fill or not. We just need to get that right person. And I'm not saying anything about Mr. Gregory Woods or Mrs. Mendoza. I just think that, obviously, Mrs. Altamirano, I think you're right. But we also need somebody who's not on social media. We need somebody who is kind of like, sees down the middle, there is no, person taking a side. We just need somebody who's just cares about the city of Lemon Grove and moving forward. So whether that person's been here for 70 years, 6 months, doesn't matter. I'm more concerned about us moving the city forward than us thinking about, you know, who said this, who said that. To me, that stuff doesn't matter. It's all junk. So my heart is that there's plenty of people on this list that we can look at and go, okay, I've never seen that person on social media. I've never seen Dorinda Miller on social media. I've never seen David Simmons on social media. And it seems like social media is the bad guy in this whole deal, and it's keeping us from moving our city forward. So, so when we think about, you know, moving forward, I just want us to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Would you be open to kind of going through and on these ones? I would like to, I do think we need to have and thank you, council. This is not an easy conversation to have, but I think us being able to have a grown-up conversation about this, about things that are difficult, right now I'm so proud of the team we are. I can't even stand it. This wouldn't have been the same way a couple months ago, and so just thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I do think, I do feel strongly that we do need to have representation from each of these different areas. I think that when people talked about the 3 problems that we had in our city, we did do that survey, and a lot of people had different perspectives, but not one. There wasn't anybody who said the same thing every single time. And so those perspectives are really important, because when we bring these people to the table, they're gonna say, the business owners are gonna want more business beautification, and the labor organization is gonna wanna make sure we have the right people in the right place to be able to get the city work done. And we need people who are in the community and doing the community. And I think we've got some fantastic people for each of those different areas. But I still think we're real weak on that one area of bringing somebody new who brings the staffing portion of it. Otherwise, I'm in full agreement. I like the ones. Aaron Kratz is amazing. Chelsea Gastelum is off the Richter scale. I have Jason Sundberg. He did a ton of work and research when it came to the cell phone towers, and quite frankly, that was a really difficult conversation to have, and he came with data and facts, and I like the way he approached that problem. Jade Bass is just one of the most fantastic human beings I've ever had the pleasure to work with. Karina is an important business perspective and another example of somebody who may have a differing opinion, but handles herself well in those conversations. Steve Flynn thinks so, but I like what he brings to the table as somebody who's relatively new to the community, and who's diving in and getting involved, and I think that that's really important. But I think we do need to, I'm still advocating strongly for Gregory Woods, to be able to be the voice of from the staff position or labor side of things. So do we want to go ahead and see if we can get to a top 8 and narrow this down? I think, Manager, do you have any ideas on how to roll this down?
I think just furthering the discussion and making sure that all of the perspectives are looked at. I'm looking at the makeup of the 7 that got the top votes, and it's very gender heavy on one gender. We only have 2 women on the committee, and 2 women potentially on the committee, and then the remainder is male nominated. It would be nice to have a better balance. And I was going back and forth to staff and looking back at my notes, and unfortunately there wasn't an agreement on labor. They just agreed that it'd be residents and that they would have affiliations with it. I don't think there was an actual vote that said labor on that.
But it was one of the, so we wanted somebody who was Lemon Grove resident and labor, Lemon Grove resident and business. And then the only one where we were like, they didn't have to be a Lemon Grove was business could be a business here in town and didn't necessarily have to be a Lemon Grove resident. So it was, we did include labor, it's just that it could be labor plus. Because Gregory Woods is a very long-term resident, 35 years, raised his kids here, long history of community service in the community, co-chair on the Measure T committee, and president of MEA.
And Mayor Snow, you're correct, that's what I have in my notes. And no to business owners that live out of town, so they have to be a resident and a business owner. You did determine what type of business owner, so it could be a small business opposed to a thriving business, so. But my suggestion is you concentrate on the 7 members committee, and then you can decide who would be the alternate. And it sounds like there's a little bit of disagreement on the full 7, to get the full perspective of voices. And so this really needs to be the deliberation amongst the city council. You do have, another polling sheet that we could do another 7 with the folks that got the 3, take out the 3 votes, and see if there's somebody else that you wanted to add to that in addition to, after there's more discussion. So we don't focus on just the 7 that got the 4 votes, or the 4 that got the 3 votes.
Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
So I'm just gonna throw it out there. I had the first sheet up there anyway, but of these 7 people, I'm not gonna disagree with any of them because I picked, out of the 10, I picked all those 7. So, now some I liked better than others, and, Greg Woods was actually my number 2 choice. And not because of his labor background, but because of his length in the community. Well, I already said this. And then, Donna, Clabby, and Eric. And not because I have any huge objections to the other people who got 3 votes, but, Donna and Eric stood out, much more to me than these other 3. So, I'm, unless we think that, of these 7 people, I don't know who I would knock off that list to put Greg Woods on it. Maybe Mr. Flynn, because he hasn't been in London Grove for such a long time. But I really liked him, and I liked what he had to say. But that would be, otherwise, like I said, these other folks were all my top choices, so I can't, if someone else has strong feelings for Mr. Woods, otherwise we may be here all night and not changing each other's minds. So, I would propose that we go with the top 7 people that 4 of us seem to have an agreement on, and then, decide who we would like to choose for an alternate. That would be my suggestion.
Was anyone persuaded to go for Greg Woods, or are you guys all locked in on the others?
I'm pretty set on mine. If we wanna do another round of voting for 8, if there's more sheets, we could do that and see if we agree on that.
Councilmember Faye, yeah, I'll take that, I'll just put a pin in that, and then we get the others to weigh in as well. Councilmember Faye?
I agree with Councilmember Mendoza. I mean, again, you can't say like this person's more solid than the other, blah, blah, blah. I think, the 7 showed up because the 7 showed up, and that's what we kind of all collectively came to. I don't
on the co-chair for the Measure T committee and actually got this passed? Yeah, you do, okay.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Councilmember Hardy.
Alright, I'd like to make a motion that we take the top 7 that we already voted on, that all have 4 votes, because I won't
Okay.
be probably.
Just to make sure, we have not voted yet. This is just culling and we're just ranking our thoughts.
Okay.
Because last time there was an abundance of confusion and the media rolled it out, so I'm just making absolutely clear. We have not voted on anything at this point. At this point, we're just listing our preferences.
And then I'd like to motion that we take the top 7 that we've listed as our obvious preferences. Everyone said that the 4 people that voted, 4 people have already spoken saying they're not changing their vote. So that's an obvious that we take those top 7. And then I would like to see us work on getting that alternate, however you wanna.
Okay, I'll turn over to the city attorney. Should we make the motion when we have the alternate in place, or should we just do this now and then go for the alternate? Separate motion.
Either procedure is fine.
All right, does anybody want to second Councilmember Heredia's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, clerk, can you call the roll?
Motion was made by Councilmember Heredia with a second by Councilmember Fai to move forward with the top 7. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Aldemarano.
Aye.
Councilmember Fai.
Aye.
Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
Motion carries on the vote of. Yeah, so the motion again on the floor is to approve the top 7 to the Measure T Oversight Committee. Those individuals by name are Aaron Bratz, Chelsea Gastelum, Jason Sunberg, Jay Bass, Stephen Brown, Steve Flynn, and Karina Kay.
Word has it.
Travelers, yeah.
And carries unanimously.
So next we'll turn the discussion to the alternate. I would encourage us to, again, Gregory Woods is great. My second pick is Donna Clabby, and then I was thoroughly impressed by Jeremy Ogle, so those are my top 3 for the alternate position. Anybody want to speak to that?
Are we focusing on the ones that had 3, or are we starting from scratch? From scratch.
So, yeah, if you want to go ahead and rank, or I'm gonna deliberate, so that's my deliberation. The reason, Donna Clabby for me, she has a long time in the community, has a lot of perspective, and I really appreciated the outlook she brought, in this meeting, and just the positivity and the vision of a better Lemon Grove. For Jeremy Ogle, he has a lot of experience. He's getting his master's in public administration. He understands how cities work, and we don't have many people with city experience on there, with the exception of Gregory Woods, and then Gregory Woods for all the reasons I've stated before. Anybody else prefer to deliberate on this topic? Time? Jessica Heredia, would you like to, or Councilmember Heredia?
Yeah, I really want to put my support behind Jeremy Ogle as well. I thought he did an excellent job, and I think he brings a good perspective. I'm definitely going to continue to support Jasmine. I think that because of her tenacity, I want her on that seat. And then I like Ian. I really enjoyed the fact that he has an accounting background, and I liked his jam.
Councilmember Altamirano, any deliberation?
My understanding was that we were gonna pick from the top, that the ones that got 3.
We're starting from scratch.
Okay. I like Gabriel Almadian. I felt like he had a lot of, experience in the, data, budgets, I also like Jasmine Mendoza. She's, good with making her point across. She's, has a lot of convictions. I think she represents a good part of our community when it comes to labor and being in the health industry and having just being employed versus having a business. She's also, she represents women. You mentioned that the committee was very heavily on one gender, and obviously that's the male gender, so I would like to see more women on the committee. I also like Jeremy Ogle, and those are my top three.
Councilmember Fayed?
I like Manola Clark Manson. It's all your fault. I keep you sleeping right now.
Sorry.
You'll be rich. I'm just kidding. I too, I like Jeremy. I like Jeremy Ogle. And, I mean, everybody else besides Jeremy Ogle is kind of a tie for me, and he just kind of stands out. And so, I mean, you know, I do like, you know, Donna Clavey because of the history. I think our town could benefit from you know, from the wisdom. But besides those two, I just don't really have anybody else.
Councilmember Mendoza, or Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
I didn't have Jeremy at my top 10, and the only reason is because he's only lived here for a short time, so he lost points in my book for that. But now I'm reconsidering, and I'm thinking, you know, Aaron's lived here a long time, Chelsea's been here a long time, Jason, he lived down the street for quite a while, I'm gonna buy your house. Jay Bass has lived here a really long time, Karina's been in my community for, I think, about 10 years. Steve Brown has lived here, and his family's lived here like forever. So we do have a good mix of, you know, we need that mix of people, new and old people. Also, as far as, yeah, I wish we had more women, but not that many women applied. Mostly men applied. So, which surprises me because we got four women sitting up here. And that's very, not that anybody's ever noticed that.
No, he's never said nothing.
You know, yeah, so I too, you know, I'm disappointed, because Greg Woods is probably my number 2 choice. Donna, you were number 3. So I would go with Greg and Donna and Jeremy. But, you know, I think that's 5 votes for Jeremy, so 3 for Donna, and, 2 for Woods, 2 for Mendoza. But, I think, you know, I think Jeremy's someone that we can all agree on, would be a good addition to the committee as an alternate. So, I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second. Clerk can you call the roll?
The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza with a second by Mayor Snow to appoint Jeremy Ogle as the alternate. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Fahey.
Aye.
Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Councilmember Altamirano. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
We're not done yet. Madam Mayor, of the 7 that have been appointed to the committee, we need to decide who gets the 2-year terms and who gets the 4-year terms. I failed to remind you when we were making that motion. And then you need to decide whether the alternate gets the 4-year term or a 2-year term.
Okay, so we need 3 people with a 2-year term. Chelsea Gastelum indicated she wanted a 2-year term. And of the ones that, so Aaron Pratt said he would be okay with either.
I believe Aaron also said the first 2 was open to 4.
He's not in the top. Jason Sundberg said he would be 2 or 4 as well. Jay Bass said 2 or 4 as well. Karina said 2 or 4. Steve Brown said 2 or 4. The ones that said they only wanted to do 4, Steve Flynn said he only wanted to do 4. Yeah, Aaron Pratt said 2 to 4. 2 to 4. So we just need 2 more that are at 2-1. Any thoughts on that? Councilmember Alvarado?
I feel like if Aaron and Jason both said 2 to 4, then they could be my 2s.
Councilmember Fayai?
So Steve Flynn was the only one that said 4.
Right. So there has to be 3 2-year terms.
Okay.
And 4 4-year terms.
I would say for me, I would, Chelsea would be a 2.
She asked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then Jason and probably, and Aaron would be 2s for me. So
Okay.
those would be my 3.
Councilmember Heredia?
For my 2s, I think Aaron, because I gotta pick somebody. Chelsea, because obviously she said that's what she wanted, and then, I think Steve Brown, did he say, oh, he said 2 or 4?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Okay, so I need 3 2s.
They're both here, we can make them great arm wrestle.
Oh, that's true. Real quick, actually, on that note, is the CAC no longer?
No, the CAC still exists.
So like Aaron and Jay are still on that commission?
They
so-
will be once I put my staff report together to reappoint them, yes.
Okay. That's important. Okay, so I think my 2s are Aaron, because he's getting reappointed. Chelsea, because she only wants it. And then Jay also because he's on the other committee. And then the other ones I would put for 4.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Yeah, I think that's okay, and then, you know, we can always reappoint, or if they still wanna do it after 2 years, we can still reappoint them.
So I have Aaron and Jason have 2 votes, and Aaron and Jay have 1 vote. So which one are you?
Oh.
Did you say Jay or Jason? Jay Bass, right?
Yeah, I said Jay Bass, sorry.
And you, were you?
I can change my vote to J, just so that we're all on the same page.
Okay, wrap it up. All right,
Yeah.
so we'll do Aaron and let's see. I move to have the following for the 2-year term: Aaron Kratz, Jay Bass, and Chelsea Gastelum. And the remainder for the 4-year term, and for the alternate position, I would include them to have a 4-year term as alternate. Can I get a second on that?
A second.
Clerk, will you take the vote?
The 2-year term is Aaron Kratz, Chelsea Gastelum. The 2-year terms are Aaron Kratz, Chelsea Gastelum, and what was the third one?
Mr. Bass.
So the motion on the floor, the motion was made by Mayor Snow, with a second by Councilmember Fayai. For those individuals with a 2-year term, those include Aaron Kratz, Chelsea Gastelum, and Jay Bass. The rest, or the remaining, will serve a 4-year term. For the alternate, that alternate, Jeremy Ogle, will serve a 4-year term. I will now conduct, do I have the motion correct?
Correct.
I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Altamirano.
Aye.
Councilmember Fayai.
Aye.
Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
Motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
City Manager, are there any follow-up points?
Yes, I would like to thank the council. I know this is an incredibly hard decision, but staff is sitting there, they understand who they're gonna be working with. We're very excited for those candidates that are still in the room that are now appointed officially to the Measure T Committee. Staff will be in touch with you for our first inaugural meeting. And then we will schedule remainder meetings, based on your availability, and we'll have, bring your calendars at the first meeting, so we can then schedule what the permanent meetings will be. And I wanna thank the council. This was a very hard decision. This is the first time in my history, and I have been here, a little over 8 years, that we had so many candidates for a new committee. Even with the planning commission, we didn't have these many candidates. So it was an incredibly hard decision, and thank you very much for your thoughtful deliberation. And staff is excited to work with the group that you've put forward.
All right, and I just wanna say, I'm really grateful for everyone who came up here, particularly Donna Cobby. You did an amazing job, and quite frankly, the kids say you're all the goals. You are certainly all the goals. I appreciate your, everything you've done to be here and be present in this. I am really grateful for the way everyone presented themselves, the ability to have tough conversations, and I just want to apologize to Jasmine Mendoza on the record. I do appreciate what you bring to the table. I just am looking for a lack of spiciness in our meetings. I think you can have differing opinions, like we just obviously did up here, and still be able to work things out. And so, to the extent that my comments were rude, I'm sorry. I did not mean for them to be sorry, but it was a concern that I've had in addressing this. But you did a great job in your application, and you did a great job in your presentation, and I really appreciate the way you came to this meeting. So thank you very much for that. And so with that, I will conclude this meeting. The City Council's regularly scheduled meeting on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Will now be instead a special meeting. So the regular meeting is canceled. There's going to be a special meeting. It will take place on March 4th, 2025 at 6 p.m. but we need a bigger venue for that, so we are moving to the Roberto Alvarez. I was gonna say Alvarado, and I was like, no, that's Roberto Alvarez Auditorium located at 3121 School Lane, Lemon Grove Avenue, 91945. It is directly across the street towards the back of the library. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.